Are we good? Are we good? I'm gonna give it a second. I'm not doing a normal intro. I just need to at least be able to talk. So I'm probably gonna end up having to say this multiple times over the course of the whole stream, but my power went out twice in a row. On Wednesday, it cut out midstream, and so I went, oh, that's odd. You know, but it's a power outage. I've dealt with power outages before. You know, it's normally not that big of a deal. Uh-huh. I'll just do another stream tomorrow. Make up for it. Then during that stream, the power cuts out. Again. And then every day since, at right around this time, the power has gone out for a couple of hours. Between 3 and 6. I looked online. I checked the history of, like, power outages at this address. This has never happened before. This isn't, like, a thing that's even remotely close to normal. There are no other areas. There's, like, no other circuits on the power grid in my area that are going out like this. So it's just one circuit that I happen to be on is happening to go out at exactly the time that I set up to do these streams. Haha. Hilarious. Funny. I'm going to become the Joker. I'm fucking losing it. I literally went so fucking insane that I started leveling crafters. I was doing leave quests yesterday. I've lost it. Unhinged. Like, I've got these... The cordials. I learned how collectibles work. None of which I wanted to know. Wait a second. Hold up. I might need to... Wait, it might... The quest is showing complete, but we cut out in the middle of the cutscene before. I might need to quit out of New Game Plus and go back through that cutscene. I don't know if it's gonna let me do it again. Because it did sort of stop halfway through. I don't remember if this is the state that it was in when it started the cutscene, but I guess I'll just hit the quest button and see if it gives us the thing that it's supposed to give. The best part is that all of these blackouts have been going on during the exact time that I would normally, like, get stuff done as well. Right? That's why the stream slot is right here. This is, like, peak do stuff hours. But then they persist until night, when it's dark, and I can't do anything during that time period. It's been great. It's been real fun. I guess we'll be able to tell based on... Okay, so Isel is not here. Meaning that this is probably... Okay, yeah. So... They're doing the firewood bit.
Alphinaud のやつ、焚き木拾いをしたのは初めてなんだとよ。一体どんな坊ちゃん暮らしをしてきたんだか。ところで、ヤクの毛皮は集まったのか?
Okay. Well, I don't need to go back and get yak pelts again, thank God. Okay. We're gonna go back through. It's like it never happened.
やはりあなた方だったか。
Yeah, I knew it would be you, or... Yeah, I thought it would be you guys. Really, it's more you all than
同志たち
guys.
から報告は受けていた。どうか仲間の非礼を許してほしい。
Yeah, I've received report from my comrades. Yeah, please forgive their, rude behavior.
私を追う理由を聞かせてもらえるだろうか。
And Dolka is really more like, you know, that does come off as genuine. But it is somewhat like saying Hide for getting attacked is a little bit of a downplay. But yeah. Could I ask why you're chasing after me? I would like to talk.
そうか。ドラゴン族の進軍を止めるために対話を。あなたの決意は本物なのだな。
Again, God, I mentioned this before, but notice the tone in her voice, and they changed this line to be accusatory in the English, where she was like she just says, like, fuck you, that won't work, you stupid. Here she's saying, I see. Like, this is almost, I would almost say, like, I'm relieved to see that your determination to resolve things peacefully is genuine. Right? It's the exact opposite of how they... And I remember playing through this one in the English and being like, wow, this character is such a bitch.
しかし、竜と人との対立の根源にある隠された真実を知らねば対話も叶わないだろう。
Yeah, however, yeah, peace talks or peaceful resolution will not be possible without first understanding the hidden truth that lies at the root of this ancient conflict.
今こそ語ろう。私が見た真実に触れる過去。
真実に触れる。真実に触れる is really interesting. I'm not entirely... there's so many... This happens so often where when you get into... It's a weird thing. Like, I would say it's like a sliding scale, right? The further you go into thinking in Japanese, the harder it is to switch back and translate, right? So whenever I get hit with, like, a complicated phrase that I understand, then it's just all of a sudden, I can't remember the English equivalent. Like, I know that there's an English equivalent, but I can't remember the English. It's weird. It's a very weird sensation. But yeah, it's just saying, like, yeah, now is the time for me to tell you of the truth of the past that I saw. That there's, you know, Fureru is...
1200年もの遥か昔、エレゼン族の一団がクルザスの地にやってきた。
Yeah. It was 1,200 years ago. Long, long in the past. Yeah, a group of Elezen came to the land of Korthas.
当初はドラゴン族との小競り合いが絶えなかったが、やがて一人の乙女が二つの種族の架け橋となる。彼女の名はシバ。
So I went back after the stream cut out last time and looked at this again, and in the English they make this seem as though she was like willingly going up to sacrifice herself, and that the dragons like knew about that. They turned it into like some sort of like tribute thing, which this doesn't really imply at all. Or at least like, you know, that like a native speaker might say, you know, a little bit, but this doesn't read as, like, there's no mention of, like, demand or anything. This is completely voluntary. And it doesn't, and based on everything that you see afterwards, it's not like, the English here makes it seem like she was sending herself up to be, like, sent up as a sacrifice to foster peace, right? But here it's just like, no, she's genuinely going up to attempt to converse with the dragons. Right? So, in the beginning, there were endless skirmishes between the Elysian and the dragons. Yeah, but eventually a maiden came and bridged the gap between the two races. Her name was Shiva.
彼女は高い知性と理性を持つ竜と対話する中で、七大天竜の一翼である聖竜フレースベルグと出会い、種の違いを超えてかの竜を愛するようになった。
Yeah, well, yeah, well, interacting with the intelligent and, you know, highly reasonable dragons, she, or dragon, he, came to know, the holy dragon, Rasvelger, Rasvelger, one of the 7 heavenly dragons. And again, yeah, I think I already, we already counted this one as echo fuck up, right? Because it's koete, right? I would translate this one to match the whole transcendence thing. I would say the love she came to have for this, like, noble dragon transcended the barriers of race or of species, right?
だが
Transcend.
人の命は竜のそれに比べてはるかに短い。どんなに長く生きようとも、人は100年もすれば死ぬ。一方で竜は1000年、万年の時を生きる。
Yeah. However, the life of a human and, you know, that of a dragon is incomparable. No matter, yeah, even the most long-lived among us, you know, hardly surpass 100 years. But dragons, on the other hand, live for thousands, tens of thousands of years.
シバの愛を受け入れたフレースベルグを苦
Amogus?
悩した。
Ah, fuck.
やがて死が二人を分かつという現実に。
Yo, what's up, Vega? Honestly, my internet hasn't been the problem at all. It's literally been, it has been the power grid. Just dying. But it's only in the one circuit that my apartment is connected to. It's like 700 people out of this entire city. Pray for stable power grids. Yeah, I need to offer up which one of the 12 is the patron god of fucking utility companies. Yeah, Pressvelger, who had accepted, who had come to love Shiva in return, was saying distressed or kunal, like this is like, you know, he was in agony, right? Like before long, death would separate them.
そしてシバは懇願したのだ。自分を食らってほしいと。 魂となって永遠に寄り添うために。
God, Yoriso is like it's a very interesting. I said it before, but it's a very interesting turn of phrase to use for this. It's like an affectionate term for, you know, like hold someone close, right? You know, to like nestle up to. And based on the way that the game has set up the concept of souls already, this is seeming more literal. So, yeah. And then, yeah. And so Shiva pleaded with him to, you know, I you know, want you to consume me so that my soul may always be close by your side. Oh no, Xanamar, I'm in fucking Cali, unfortunately. Incredibly unfortunately. I'm not in Japan. That's my brother. I'm in a suburb of San Diego. I very much wish that the reason that I was here was somewhere else. But yeah. Used to live in Japan. Used to. It was much nicer. But then again, there were similar issues at, like, our apartment in Japan that I used to live at, where, you know, like, internet would sometimes be spotty, and, you know, there wasn't much recourse if things did go wrong, but things very rarely went wrong. But this is also just, like, completely out of the blue. Yeah. But this is one that I want to hit on, because this is, like, a very affectionate term being used, right? Like, it's a pointedly romantic turn of phrase to make it, you know, and with what you know about the concept of souls in this setting, it's really not like a metaphor. You know, it's like, you know, so that you can, like, you know, my soul will always be held close to you.
かくしてシヴァの魂はフレースベルグに宿り、これを知ったドラゴン族と人とは互いを認め、融和への道を歩んでいった。
See, it doesn't actually come across like that here, Xandamar. To me, it really doesn't come across like that here. Because the turn of phrases they use here is yadori, meaning, like, you know, it's the term that you use for, like, you know, like a lodge, or like living in somewhere. It's, yeah, thus the soul of Shiva resided with Hrosvelgr. And upon learning of this, the humans and dragons, grew to mutually accepted one another, and walked, hand in hand towards peace.
二つの種族は協力し、この地に美しい国を築いた。しかし、竜の目に満ちた力は人の心を惑わせ、この蜜月関係はわずか200年足らずで終焉を迎える。
Yeah, okay. The two races cooperated, and the two races joined forces, or collaborated, and built a marvelous country upon this land, However, the hearts of men were seduced by the power of the dragon's eye. And they do use the term honeymoon here, right? Like, right, that, like, she's saying that the time of peace between dragons and man, which, I need to do, like, a whole thing, which is, when they say shito, when they say people, they mean any of the playable races? Really? Like, any of the right, like, they're just using the term person to refer to Elizin, Lalafell, blah, 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 right? But if you say people all the time in English, it doesn't really work that well. You know, we don't really use the term people in that same way. But yeah, like this honeymoon period came to an end in only 200
人は
years.
欲望を抑えきれなかった。自己のために七大天竜を騙し討ち、その目を奪ったのだ。
And God, Izeru's voice actress is doing such a good job too. Like, you could tell she actually, like, the character really cares, because the little waver she put in her voice on the, you know, the ubattanoda was actually very nice. Yeah, people could not contain their greed, their lust. And, you know, for their own sake, they deceived the 7 heavenly dragons and stole their eyes.
Now, イシュガルドを襲わんとしているのは、七大天竜の一翼にして、人の裏切りにより目を失ったニーズヘッグとその眷属。
Yeah, and now the one who intends to attack Ishgard is one of those same 7 celestial dragons who had his eye stolen from him and his descendants, or along with his descendants.
かの竜の目的は奪われた目の奪還だろう。それが叶わぬ限り対話に応じるとは思えないが。
Yeah, his objective must be to reclaim the eye. If that isn't possible, I can't imagine he would be open to diplomacy.
それは違うな。
That's not quite right.
お前の語る過去が真実かどうかは別として、確かに以前、ニーズヘックは竜の目を狙っていた。
Yeah, whether or not the past you speak of is true or not, Nidhogg was after the dragon's eye.
だからこそ、俺は危険を承知の上で竜の目を持ち出し、都市を離れて各地を転々としていたのだ。奴をコートから引き離すためにな。
Yeah, like, well, yeah, I mean, so the thing is that the name Iceheart is really dumb, because they've already got a better name in the Japanese. Like, the name Iceheart doesn't really convey what it's supposed to convey. It's Kori no Miko, like the ice priestess. Miko is, like, you know, a shrine maiden. So you could go with Ice Mate, like Maiden of Ice, Ice Maiden, Priestess of Ice, Ice Priestess, whichever way you want to reverse that, but it should be something that implies a sort of, like, religious channeler, right? Or like a spiritualist. Ice Heart doesn't, like, kind of, but not really. It's just like, it's a weird one. And having people constantly refer to... Like, having people constantly refer to her as Iceheart when... Like, right there, her nameplate just says Izeru. It doesn't say Iceheart. But they, like, everybody keeps calling her that, even when she gives her name. But, yeah. So, that's... For that exact reason, I, you know, knowing full well the risks, I took the Dragon's Eye with me when we, you know, and left the city, traveling about from place to place to divert his attention away from the capital. Yeah, you see, so the thing is that they really, like, they do a lot with very, very simple facial animation rigging. Like, Izeru's face there was like, first she looked like genuinely shocked, and now she looks like kind of angry. You know, she's seeing the thing that's, like, you know, stolen. Yeah, so that's the Dragon's Eye.
これまで奴は執拗に俺を狙い続けていた。だが、ここに来て狙いをイシュガルドに変えた。そこには奪還すべき目がないことを承知の上でだ。
This line in the English as well, they make it seem as though Nidhogg is, like, completely just like a feral animal, essentially. Whereas the Japanese is saying there's something else, like, calculated about this. But, yeah, he's saying, like, yeah, so far he's been relentlessly pursuing the eye. You know, pursuing me with the eye. However, now his attention has changed towards Ishgard. Despite knowing that the eye is no longer there. This is where my power cut off the last time? And are you saying he has some other reason to attack the capital?
それに、奴の像は目を奪還したとしても晴れまい。この竜の目を通じて俺に伝わる暗い感情は、もはや狂気と呼ばれるほどのものだ。
Yeah, his grudge, his hatred wouldn't dissipate even if he retrieved the eye. These... Yeah, the feelings being transmitted to me, or being passed to me through the eye now, I can only call insanity.
Heeg との対話が絶望的だとして、聖竜、フレースベルグならばどうだろ
う? If we can't speak with Nidhogg, what if we attempted to converse with the holy dragon Hrasvelgr?
イシュガルド侵攻に加担していないことを考えると、今も融和を望んでいる可能性はないだろうか?
Considering that he wasn't complicit or in agreement with the invasion of Ishgard, he may still be open to peace, or he may still desire peace. Wait, where are you talking about it? Oh, about all being used in that way? Oh, being transmitted from the eye? Well, it's... So the operation there is it's saying that the eye is the active subject, or is the active party in the relationship of like, you know, the feeling, kind of. It's weird. That it's not a particularly super standard way of saying that necessarily. Now I'm just overthinking it. But yeah, saying, you know, Crossvilger may still want peace.
あくまでも争いを止めると。ならば、私も共に行こう。
Yeah, he said that he would, like, you know. Or, yeah, this one's hard. This could be either talking about herself or about Crossvilger, right? But, you know, like, they said that they would you know, fight to the end for peace, right? To cease the violence. Then I'll go with you.
かつて私がフレースベルグと開口した地。霊峰、ソームアルに抱かれし、竜の領域、ドラバニア。かの竜は、その航空に広がる雲海に進まう。
God, this is a hard line to make. Yeah, the... Yeah, this is like, you know, the dragon, yeah, the land of the dragons, Dravania, on the sacred peak of Psalm All, deep within the Sea of the Clouds. You know, where I happened to meet, or like met with Crossvilger. Like, trying to figure out the way to actually, like, order this in English that it sounds good is very hard. You have to, like, kind of, it's like a puzzle you have to, like, rearrange. And as you say it, you go, like, that doesn't really make any sense. But she's saying, like, you know, like, that this is where we should go, to Somol, in the Sea of the Clouds, where she met her Shalger. This is really important. This bit right here is really fucking important. Incredibly important. Yeah, I've played through Ian Heavensward, yes. So, if you played through in English, you would go, what the fuck just happened? That doesn't make any sense.
どうした？大丈夫かい？
Yeah, Alphinaud says, hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Also, again, notice the way that Alphinaud switches up the way that he talks depending on who he's talking to, right? When he's talking to you, he says, 大丈夫かい? Which is, like, very casual and very, like, masculine. They translate this to, is Autumnus my friend? Which the MTL actually gets more accurately, which is, hey, what's up? You okay? Like, literally, that's how he's talking. どうした?大丈夫かい? Is, like, the best translation you could give for that is something like, hey, what's up? You okay? Like, that's how hard he switches tone. Which should be reflected in the English to show just how good of a diplomat this dude is. Right? He completely switches up, depending on who he's talking to. When he's talking with the boys, the JP has already established that primals, yes, are not the real person. They haven't established exactly what Banshin are, but they've already established that it's not the same as, like, the exact person, and it's more along the lines of, right, they've already established that it's more along the lines of, like, summoning a concept. that has already been more or less completely explicitly established. So, does Giselle come across as a psycho stalker in JP? No, she comes across as somebody who, at least at the moment right now, just very, very much wants to make peace. She completely believes that it's humanity's fault that the thing with dragons is happening, and she is committed to making up for that like initial sin, that original sin of stealing the eyes. She comes across as very much like authentic. Yeah. What's up? You okay?
無理はしないでくれよ。さあ、行こう。ドラバギアは西の山を越えた先だ。
Different kanji for koeru again? No, this is a thing. Yeah. And again, God, the way that he talks when it's just you, when it's just the two of you, or when it's just the people of the Dawn, is completely different. He's just like, hey, you know, take it easy. Alright, then let's go. Dravania is just past the, just over the mountains to the west. Right? Like, his whole tone changes. More so than any other character in the game. Like, switches tone depending on who they're talking to. You know, in Japanese you just do that, but...
驚いた。我が竜の爪をわずかとはいえ打ち砕こうとは。
打ち砕こうとは. Yes, I'm shocked. Or how surprising. To think, even slightly, that my claw would be crushed. Or that my claw could be broken. Remember he talked about how he was gonna set up the claw as like a barrier, like a wedge between you and the Blessing of Light, which was not explained at all in the English. And now he's going to explain why.
混沌を鎮めんとする固き決意。これが人の意志か。その行く末見極めさせてもらおうぞ。
So, the English for that. The English for this is, thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude, but will it be enough? To which I say... Ding. Too long, I know translate. Yeah, in the English here is just... Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude, but will it be enough? The Japanese here is... 調和を望み、混沌の沈めんとする固き決意. Where's the part about crushing his claw? It's nowhere. It's nowhere. He says the first line was, curious, the vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as they once were. As once they were. Nothing about it being like his, you know, the seal, because they didn't translate the concept of it being a seal. They just didn't. So, at this point, it's not established that it was sealed. And that you were supposed to break it. Remember, like, Midgardsormr told you explicitly that your job was to break the seal that he put on the Blessing of Light with your own power. And remember how it's, you know, that's different from from Koeru Chikara. It's a different thing. And what he said here was, right, they seek to gain peace and to quell discord. Yeah, I thought we were finding new crystals too when I played through this. I was like, wait a second, we're getting the crystals back? Like, I thought we lost them. No, they were just sealed. They're the same, it's the same shit. Yeah, and notice he says, like, you know, they, like, their determination, like, their firm determination for peace, to quell discord and strive for peace, right? So, you know, this is the will or the determination of mankind. Yeah, let us see where this leads. You know, like, you know, this is a very fancy way of saying, but he's like, you know, I want to see the future that this is going to make, right? And so, what he's saying is, the reason that the claw got broken, the reason the seal has been broken here, is because you are attempting to solve things peacefully. Right? Specifically, the reason that the seal broke, is because you are now trying to solve things without violence. Your decision and determination to try as hard as you can to not use force and come to an understanding with people, which is sort of like the whole transcendence thing of, you know, like understanding people and like transcending the barrier of language and understanding and blah, blah, blah. And all that's what broke that part of the seal. Yeah, he's reinforcing that the seal is about testing you. You've passed, like, that's one of the tests, was you've decided to solve things peacefully. Partial seal break. Right? It's determination. You know, it is sort of on some Undertale shit, because it's literally, the Japanese translation of Undertale also uses Kitsui for, you know, you're filled with determination. Right? But that's the bit, is that he's saying that choosing to not use violence is, you know, you're progressing, right? The seals are breaking because you're proving yourself worthy.
コーチ、ドラバニアか。噂に聞くドラゴン族の根拠地がいかなる場所か興味深いとは思わないかい？
興味深いとは思わないかい? God, yeah, like, God, the way that Alphinaud talks when he's with the homies is so much fun. He's like, yeah, like, Highland, you know, Dravania. Like, isn't the like, a land where, you know, these dragons reside just, you know, fascinating. He's just super interested. He wants to see.
案内役は悪名高き氷の巫女なのだぞ。罠である可能性も捨てきれないとは思わんのか?
悪者だ. Yeah. He's like, man, he sure is, yeah, taking it easy. You know, our guide is the notorious ice priestess. Right? Like, he's, you know, you're just gonna complete... we shouldn't, like, you know, discount the possibility entirely that this is a trap.
光の戦士、オレオと言ったか。まさか、あなたと共に旅する日が来ようとはな。これだから、運命というものはわからない。
Yeah. Warrior of Light. Yeah. Yeah, I believe your name was player character. I never imagined that there would come a day when we would travel together. I'm not quite sure if this could be called fate or not.
さあ、行こう。西方に向かい、谷間を抜けて、
let's head west.
ドラバニア
The
に
valley,
そ
the
の
Highland
先
Dravania.
が巨大樹に覆われたチョコボの森だ。西部
Yep,
高地は
ahead is
寒
the
い。
Chocobo
森に入る
Forest.
まで休ま
Yeah, we'll rest. Yeah, when we enter the forest. Gotta go to Chocobo Forest. very comfy. I'm a big fan of Chocobo Forest. Wait a second, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh. It's literally faster to just do this instead of teleporting. But yeah, it's very clear that in the Japanese, it's very clear that the bit is that it's supposed to be about, you know, it's a test, and it's about, you know, not just killing shit as the first line of the fets, right? Yeah, Eorzea's backbone, the Alabastian Mountains, which runs east to west. Yeah, place looking up at the sacred mountain Sohm All, that's the home of the dragons. Yeah, the adventurers set foot into a realm where dragons rule the skies. That's actually a cool turn of phrase. That was kind of sick. Or it's like, you could even say like, the adventurers now tread. Yeah, you could say like, the adventurers now tread where dragons rule the skies. Yeah, it makes Midgardsummer's motives a lot clearer. Yeah, I mean, he specifically said that you coming to him, he was interpreting that as Hydaelyn asking him to help you, which was what was going on, but that in order for him to be comfortable with giving you a blessing in Hydaelyn's stead, that you would have to prove that you're not a psychopath. Right, and prove that you're not boosted. Yeah, I've read in the Natural History of Eorzea, there's a chocobo forest in Highland Dravania, where the wild chocobos live. You know, hence it being called Chocobo Forest. Yeah, I can feel the presence of dragons, you know, past this forest to the west.
ここが高地ドラバニアの玄関口だ。このままさらに
Yeah,
西へ
this
と
is the
進み
gateway
森
to
を
the
抜けれ
highlands
ば
of
我らの
Dravania.
目的地
If we
霊峰
continue
ソームアル
west
へと
past through the
続く
forest,
山
we'll
道
find
があ
a
る。
mountain road that leads to our destination.
だ
The
が
wall.
ソームアルの頂に至るまでの道のりは遠く険しい。途中
Okay,
にある
yeah.
集落に立ち寄
The
り
road to the top of
最後の
Somal
準
is
備を整えようと
steep
思うのだが
and
どうだろう
long.
か。
Thinking of stopping at one of the settlements along the way to make some, to, you know, get some supplies. What do you think?
集落だって？高地、ドラバニアといえば、ドラゴン族の根拠地じゃないか。そんな危険地帯に、人が暮らす集落などがあるのかい？
Wow, okay, Alphinaud is immediately using this language with Izeru. So this is a thing, right? Like, this is a fairly important concept, again, is that the way that he is talking to her now that she's part of the group, is completely different. Right? He's immediately dropping into, like, you know, this is the way that he talks to people that are on his team. It's very familiar, very reassuring. Like, wait, settlements are like a town. Like, Highland Dravania is ruled by the dragons. Right, it's like their home base. Like, there are human settlements here?
ああ、ここ、チョコボの森には、野生のチョコボを狙うため、狩人たちが築いた集落があるのだ。そこの長である、マルスシャンとは知人でな。
Jesus, man, this music is really loud for some reason. But yeah, in the Chocobo Forest, there's a village founded by hunters. Like, there's a Chocobo hunting village founded by some hunters. I'm acquainted with the head of the village water
彼
shop.
に頼めば宿くらい借りられるだろう。それに現地の状況について最新の情報にも触れておきたい。問題ないだろうか？
Yeah, if we ask, we can at least, get a place to stay. Besides, it would be nice to be up to date on on local information, like the state of things in the region. I'm assuming there's no problem with that.
ふん、好きにするがいいさ。さあ、おしゃべりを楽しんでいる時間などないぞ。ドラゴン族は俺たちを待っていちゃくれないんだからな。
待っていちゃくれない。God damn, man. 待っていちゃ。Yeah, do whatever you want. Whatever. Now, come on, we don't have time to be sitting around and we don't have time for chat, like idle chatter. We don't have time to be wasting just, sitting around chatting. The dragons aren't gonna wait for us. Let me turn down the BGM a little bit. Really loud around here, I guess. God, this mount is so good. And it's also just, it's got very comfy music. It's very comfy to look at. Big fan. Almost makes me want to play the game. Almost. Is that a cash shot mount? No. It was, I thought it was rare when I got it. There was a, a collaboration event with, I think it's Final Fantasy 15, right? Whichever one is the road trip one. There was an event where you get the car mount. And I thought when I came back to playing the game that it was going to be super rare and it would be a huge flex, but they reran the event a little while back and, now it's not rare anymore. I thought I was gonna get to flex with it.
こんな辺境の漁師村に客人とは珍しい。
Oh my god, no, I remember this. I remember I looked this up. This one hurt my soul to look at. This one hurt my fucking soul. It's like we don't get very many visitors around these parts. It's just like a hunting village in the middle of nowhere, right? There's a lot of ways you could do that. It's like, we don't normally get guests around here, or there aren't normally new faces around here. The English was, I shit you not, well, tan my hide and call me Leatherface, we have visitors. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. That's what they wrote. That's in the game. Tan my hide and apostrophe, call me Leatherface. We have visitors. I want to die.
おや、その懐かしい顔はイゼル嬢ちゃんじゃないか。
イゼル嬢ちゃんじゃないか。No way? No, yeah, that's the game. That's what they put in. That's what they put in. But yeah. And then this is like... And then it's just like, oh... and if it isn't Giselle, it's been, it's so nice to see you. Right? He's using like a term of affection here. He's really happy to see her. God, because the English dialogue is boring as sin. Yeah. The other one is, oh ho, and if it ain't the lovely Giselle, it's been too long, girl. Like, now is he like a valley girl or something? Like, what the fuck's going on?
お久しぶりです、マルスシャン。 お元気そうで何よりです。
Yeah, it's been a while, Arshan. I'm glad to see you're doing well.
彼らは私の旅の同行者たち。ゆえあって、ソームアルに向かうつもりなのですが、この集落で休息を取らせてもらえませんか？
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, these are my traveling companions. We intend to head to we intend to make for Som All. Could we rest here in the village and gather supplies?
そりゃあもちろん、イゼルとその友なら、歓迎さ。だが、チョコボの森を出るのは、正直おすすめできないぞ。ここのところ、ドラゴン族が妙に殺気立ってるからな。
Okay, the MTL is very wrong here. It isn't the Dragon Tribe is killing us these days. It's... And then, of course, it's like, of course, any friend of Izel's is a friend of mine. Right? You know, any friend of Izel's is always welcome. Right? But... I can't exactly recommend that you leave the forest. Recently, the dragons have been unusually bloodthirsty, or have been, you know, extremely bloodthirsty, right? And he's saying, like, it's strange that this is the case. The English, again, this is, like, of course, stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Bleeding murder? Like, what is this? Like, the dude said, oh ho, it's been too long, girl, and then bleeding murderous? What? Where is he supposed to be from? He's switching between, like, Valley Girl and fucking... North... like, North England. Score some fucking goals. Fucking North FC.
失礼、逆に森を出なければ、ドラゴン族に襲われることはない、ということですか？
I think they're trying to make him sound like he's from the north. Like, but it doesn't come across as a fully northern accent, though. It's very silly. And, yeah, Alphinaud says, like, I'm sorry. Yeah, so, wait, you mean to say that if you don't leave the forest, you won't be attacked?
なんだ坊主、イゼルの連れだっていうのに、そんなことも知らんのか？
Bulls is like, is kind of like, you know, like Sunny. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, lad? Like, you're with Giselle, but you don't know about that?
この森は、巨大な7天樹が林立しているからな。その樹幹に覆われて、空から地上が見えないんだ。
Wait. Okay, yeah, I guess the forest is covered by, like, the 7 heavenly trees. You know, the canopy makes it in, yeah, like, the tree cover makes it, yeah, impossible to see the ground from the sky.
おかげで、ドラゴン族はここを狩り場にはしないし、チョコボをはじめとする野生生物も安心して暮らせる。俺たち狩人も、空に気を配らず狩りができるってわけだな。
Yeah, thanks to this, the, dragons, you know, don't hunt here. You know, chocobos and other wild creatures, you know, live here in peace. And as such, you know, us hunters can hunt without fearing the sky.
なるほど、勉強になります。
なるほど、勉強になります。Okay, 勉強になります is a set phrase that is actually really useful to know. Or like, it means like, you know, yes, I've, like, literally means like, ah, yes, I have gained new information, or I will gain new information. What it means is like, oh, thank you, I didn't know that, thank you for telling me. Right, like, you know, I'm learning a lot from you here. Thanks for the intel. It's a way of saying like, ah, I have taken something that you have told to me as fact, and I will now internalize it. Right? Thank you for informing me.
それに、ドラゴン族以
And
外にも
Alphinaud
気になること
saying it
があ
like
る
that is like,
ま
well,
あ、いずれのことだから
okay, sorry,
言っても聞か
I
ん
didn't
のだ
know,
ろう
thank
が
you.
西に向かう
He
なら
kind of got
慎
shook
重にな
that
る
there
こ
was
と
something
だ
that he didn't know, right? You know, because he was talking about like, oh yeah, I've read all about the Chocobo Forest. And this dude's like, wait, you don't know about that? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, you done any research on this place? He's like, God, fuck. Right? Which does set up one of Alphinaud's weaknesses. Like, that's kind of his classic weakness, is he has a lot of book knowledge, but not a lot of practical knowledge, right? So he read a lot about the Chocobo Forest, but as it turns out, that doesn't really translate to knowing everything about the place. It's like his classic blunder. Yeah, he could tell you everything about how an engine functions, but he couldn't fix one. Or he wouldn't know, like, you know, there's a lot of stuff like that, where there are things that are just not mentioned in books that are really important for people who live in the area, right? Yeah, besides, there's more than just the dragons to worry about. Alphinaud is allowed to use Boku. He's allowed. You know, Izel won't, Izel's not gonna listen to me. You know, no matter how many times I tell her, she's not gonna listen, but if you're heading west, you should be very careful. I mean, in general, about the quest name stuff, I just don't like what they do, because, like, the thing is that everybody always... I should do, like, a whole stream on just the myth of people saying that, like, oh, the English is more flavorful. Because it's just not. It's just bullshit. Like, the last quest name was Purple Flame, where the Japanese was the 1,000-Year Grudge. I don't know about you, but I feel like the one that's talking about the thing that's actually, like, important in the game is more flavorful. I read that, I was like, ooh, that's cool.
まだまだ知らないことが山盛りだ。ふふふ、世界は広いな。
Yeah. Like, yeah, there's still so many things that you know, there's like a mountain of information I know nothing about. Like, man, the world is a real big place, huh? And we're saying, like, there's a whole wide world out there. Well, I think, like, honestly, I think that it's... People just hear the phrase, they hear the idea that the Japanese is boring and that the English adds flavor. People just say that. It just becomes like it's a thought-terminating cliche. Right, I was trying to remember the exact term for it, but it's... Right, it's a thought-terminating cliche. Yeah, Mew under the truck situation, it's... I believe they're also called, like, totalisms? You know, it's phrases like, let's agree to disagree, or... You know, like, knowledge is power, it's not that deep. I'm trying to think of some other ones. That was like oh yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's not reinvent the wheel. don't rock the boat. There's no I in team. You know, trust the process. Customer's always right. They're phrases that people just say, and they just assume that they're true, right? Like, they just assume that it's correct. It's just something that you say, and then conversation over. Right? So people just say, the English is more flavorful. English is more flavorful. The Japanese is bland. But none of them ever know enough Japanese to even make the argument that the Japanese is bland, right? Like, if you ask them to explain the flavor difference, because, like, look, Alphinaud's here. Look, I'm gonna go through them. Let's look at Alphinaud's dialogue, right? In the thing where when he said he was going to get firewood, right? He said, I left Ishgard on a mission of noble purpose, and now here I am scrabbling for sticks in the snow. How can my hands be at once so numb yet so sore? Whereas in the Japanese, he was like, ho, like, so this is what it's like gathering firewood. Ho ho! Like, he was like, you know, excited about it, like being like, ooh, I got to like this is what like firewood gathering is like, ooh. Like my hands really hurt. They're so cold. And the bit is that he had never done it before, right? Like, so he's talking about it like it's a unique, novel experience. The English just has him talk like he always talks. You know, he says, he has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace. He just talks always like he always talks. And then when he switches, he very clearly switches to completely casual speech. Like, it's a hard swap. It's super fucking obvious. And yet when he switches to casual speech, which I noticed immediately of him going like, Daijoubu kai? Like, you know, he goes, Doushita? Daijoubu kai? Which is completely different than how he was talking before. He just says, is aught amiss, my friend? I sense many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west. Whereas in the Japanese, he just said, hey, take it easy. You know, like, take it easy for a bit. Like, we're, you know, now, come on. Dravania's over the mountains, to the west. Right, he completely switches tone. But in the English, he never switches tone. He just talks the same way. He just talks the same way all the time. That's not flavor. That's less flavor.
金のためなら何のそのか。ドラゴン族のお膝元で狩猟を続けるなんざ見上げた度胸だな。
見上げた度胸だな。I like this guy. He's like, yeah, for the sake of like, you know, of cash, you know, hunting right under the noses of the you know, the like the base of the dragons. I like these guys. Started wondering if the story we have in the game is even correctly conveyed to us. It's not. There's tons of stuff that is... I actually have a thing for that I kind of wanted to go over on like a separate stream. I might even do it like later today, but I found a post from 9 years ago of somebody saying like, oh, Final Fantasy XIV, the true power of the Echo, my theory on Reddit. It's like a huge post, right? Like they make this like huge, really well written like lore breakdown. And all of it is wrong. All of it is wrong because everything that they're basing it off of is incorrectly translated. Every single line that they're using to base their theories off of is incorrectly translated. And so that it just makes me sad because, like, you know, they're putting in all of this work. They're like pouring through the dialogue to try and make sense of the story. And this is the sort of thing that somebody playing through the game today would also run into. Like, this is the similar thought process that you would go through if you were playing, like, ARR for the first time blind, and you were trying to pay attention to the story. You would very similarly get totally fucked over and have no idea what's going on. Yeah. But yeah, he's saying, like, you know, I like these guys. They're you know, willing to fight, you know, they're willing to hunt right under the dragon's noses. Yeah, so this is something that's already shown up. It's probably the most important thing, is, they mention, I believe it's referred to as unsundered in the English. That shows up in ARR. The concept of unsundered shows up in ARR for the Asians. Tarumono, and specifically which is the concept of true humanity or completed humans, shows up in ARR, and the Asians specifically say that's what they're trying to do, is restore humans to full humanity. That shows up in ARR, and that doesn't show up until Shadowbringers in the English.
マルスシャンも元気そうで安心したわ。
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Yeah, the entire thing about souls, everything that happens in Endwalker and Shadowbringers is foreshadowed properly. It doesn't come out of nowhere at all. I haven't ever actually even played Endwalker and Shadowbringers. The only reason I know that that's true is because I was just, like, talking about my theories for where the game was going while streaming, and then Patch and all, you know, everybody else that I know who has played the game freaked out because they were like, what the fuck, that's what happens. Like, yeah, you're right. Like, that random prediction you made based off of something that, like, fucking, Ramu says, and the Asians say, like, Elidibus, they give you, like... Yeah, no, I haven't played those yet. I stopped playing, I stopped my playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV in English at the start of Stormblood, because I couldn't deal with the disconnect between the English and the Japanese. Every time I got into a voice cutscene, I was just screaming at the fucking screen. Just being like, that's not what they fucking said! What are you talking about? And then I would look at the English text. Yeah, thank the kami! Yeah, that shit ain't there. Obviously that's not there. But yeah, I would see the English with the Japanese audio, and I was just losing my fucking mind. It literally was just, like, mentally exhausting, playing it while having to look at the English constantly. But the game is really hard to parse in Japanese. So, really, it's all thanks to this OCR app that I've got now that lets me just quickly look up kanji. Right? I've got Yomitan up to just very, like, with an automatic clipboard monitor, grabbing the, yeah, you're somewhere around N3, N4, by no means fluent, and even you notice something was wrong. Yeah, everybody can notice it. If you play with the Japanese audio and you know no Japanese, you know that shit's wrong, because this happens a lot. You'll see, like, a 5-paragraph thing in Japanese that gets translated to, but perhaps that was their will. And you're just like, what was all the other shit that they just said? They clearly just said a whole lot more than that. What the fuck did they say? Yeah. The thing that I'm worried about is the gunas? The gunas? Yeah, they're two-legged, you know, ant or crab-like people. Terse when it's verbose and verbose when it's terse. Like, really, that's the thing, is that the English just kind of does the opposite of whatever the Japanese does. More or less, is pretty much the rule of thumb. If something is important in the Japanese, they cut it in the English. If something is, like, a basic setup thing, they add in a bunch of nonsense that literally gets contradicted later in the English. Like, all of the stuff that people have said is plot holes is just shit that the English made up. It's really fucking miserable. Yeah, these ant or crab-like people live in the Rock and West. I'm gonna stop ranting and actually move forward. Anybody watching the VOD is gonna be pissed at this point.
ところが最近、急に活発になりやがった。
Yeah. Up until now, they've never, left their like territory out of fear of the dragons. But suddenly they've started expanding.
そればかりか、無謀にもドラゴン族のねぐらにまでちょっかいを出してるようじゃないか。
Ooh, okay. Dragon's over no. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps they're making some like reckless okay. Yeah, they're like raiding, maybe they're like foolishly raiding the dragon's nests.
偶然に出会ったうちの若いもんが、グナース族に槍だか鉄砲だかで追い回されてもいる。森を出て西へ向かうつもりなら、用心する。こったな。
Wakaimonga. Yeah, a young man who I happened to meet by chance was chased around by the Kunars with the Kunas with spears and guns. Huh. That's like old-timey guns. Yeah, if you leave the forest heading west, you should be careful. Huh. Weird ant people.
まだまだ知らないことがや。
I remember these guys. I like these little guys. Oh god, this reminds me.
グナース族の活発化、どうやら私が暮らしていた頃とは、ドラバニアの状況も変わってきているらしい。
The different barbarian tribes or barbarian races are really different as well. Like the Amalja are like full warrior poet who speak in almost exclusively like insane 4 kanji compounds, like really sick. And then the sylphs in the English, the sylphs are like, you know, this one is very pleased to have made your acquaintance. In the English, in the Japanese, they're full uwu speak. I'm not kidding. They refer to Damu as Damu-chama. If you were going to translate them properly into English, they would literally be like, "Hello, Mr. Warrior of White. Please, can you help us fight the bad selves? Don't be very naughty. Please. Please don't hurt them. They're our friends." It's kind of great. They're infuriating. It is brutal. It is brutal to read. It's genuinely, I was dying. Oh yeah, and they end everything with fuchi. So de wa nai de fuchi. Just like, or no, it would be shou de wa nai. They refer to themselves as atapi instead of atashi. Like, atapi wa ne, Damu-chama daisuki. It's just, oh, it's just like I want to strangle these little fucking cabbages. It's full, they're so obnoxious, it's great. Yeah, the Ganasa are, becoming more, like, active or reckless. You know, things are quite different here in Dravania since the time I left. Like, things have changed a lot.
ここで暮らしていたことがあるのかい?
Izo, you used to live here.
第7零歳の直後に家族を失った私が寒さに追われドラバニアに逃れたことは話したな。あの時私は道に迷い森を抜け出てしまったのだ。
This, I believe, Izel also never said in the English that she lost her family in that big avalanche. Like, I believe she quite literally never explained this. She just said, and then I was alone. Yeah. Yeah, I told you, right after the seventh spiritual disaster, my family died and I fled alone to Dravania, you know, chased by, like, fleeing the cold. You know, at that time I lost my way and yeah, escaped into the
偶然
forest.
狩りのために山から降りてきていた
Or
清
no,
流
escaped
フレー
from,
スベル
yeah,
グに出
maybe
会ったのも
left the
その
forest
時
by
さ
accident. Yeah, by chance then I met the holy dragon Crossvelger, who, yeah, came down from the mountains to hunt.
七竜との開口と過去死で私は気を失ってしまった。そんな私を助けて解放してくれたのがマルスシャンなのだ。以後、私は数年間をこの集落で過ごしたのさ。
Yeah, after my encounter with the 7 dragons, or one of the, yeah, after my encounter with the 7 dragons and my vision of the past, I lost consciousness. Marchand rescued me and took care of me, and I spent the next several years here in this village.
なるほど、話がつながったよ。その頃には、先ほど話に出たグナース族も温厚な生活を続けていたのだね。
温厚の生活。Yeah. Yeah, I see. That makes sense. From what I can gather, then, the Gunas were also living peacefully then, as well, right?
温厚というと少し違うかもしれない。もともと縄張り意識が強く、自分たちの領地に入れば問答無用で襲ってくるような種族だ。
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly call them, like, kind, or, yeah, gentle. But, you know, originally they're a territorial species that, yeah, would attack you on sight if you trespassed into their
しか
territory.
し、縄張りさえ犯さなければ、物々交換くらいはできる程度に話せる相手だった。
However, yeah, as long as we didn't like trespass into their territory, they were open to communication, right? We could speak with them, and you know, up to the extent of being able to establish trade.
そのグナース族に何があったのかは知らんが、襲ってくるようなら、蹴散らして進むだけだ。俺たちに回り道をしている時間はないのだから。
God, I like this guy. I'm wondering how they cannot speak as well. It's like, yeah, I don't really care what's up with these Ganas. If they attack us, we'll just kick the shit out of them and move forward, right? We just beat their asses and leave. Ichiras Dashite is like literally just like, you know, rout them, beat them up, kill them. Yeah, we don't have time for any detours.
確かに今は目的地へと急ぐべきだろう。ひとまず、道なりに森を抜け、古代の遺跡跡に向かう。
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. We should just head to our destination quickly. We'll head through the forest and. 道なりに森を抜いて古代の遺跡跡に. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a path through the forest. Yeah, there's like an ancient ruins, like path in the forest that we can go to. That's
そ
gonna
こ
be
からなら
where we need to
霊
go.
峰、ソームアルに至る道筋がよく見渡せるからな。
Yeah,
さあ、案内しよ
from
う。
those ruins, you can get a good view of the path to the sacred mountain of Solm All. Well, then I'll lead the way. Okay, that guy doesn't have anything new. But it's God, man. Actually, I kind of want to since we're right by an aetherite, I want to go there just like immediately. Actually. I believe it's, I think it's near Camp Tranquil, right? No, wait, it's near Bent Branch, I think. Because these little fuckers, man. I actually straight up do not remember at all where they are. I just don't remember on the map where the sylphs are. Oh, it's here, it's here. Yeah, it's east. Because this shit is very funny. Speak of the devil. These, like, just to set the stage for, you know, how the Gnath might talk, these little fuckers. Like, so, okay, so basically, and the sylph has just no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, 言ってることがよくわからないで、フッチ。Yeah, I don't understand what he is saying. I'm gonna fall asleep.
でも、一生懸命話してるから、聞いてあげ、グー。
You 聞いてあげ、グー。But they came all this way to talk, so I'll do my best. He's just falling asleep as they're talking to him.
ミルクルートは節度を守ってたしなむものでフッチ。悪いコシルフみたいに飲んだくれるのはダメでフッチ。
Yeah, milk root should be enjoyed in moderation. You shouldn't drink too much like the bad sylphs. They're literally just called like wariko shirufu fuchi. It's just a little, it's an obnoxiously cutesy sentence final particle. Like that's just a thing that you know, I'm sure you know, of course, Animar, you know, it's just like different little regional dialects will just have different like variations on da, or you know, sentence final particles and stuff. Like, you know, Kansai Ben with like wakarahen ya, like ya as a sentence final particle instead of wa. So it's just obnoxiously cutesy. It's just obnoxiously cutesy bullshit.
アタピは布のお手入れ中でフッチ。この綺麗な布は全部シルフが作ったのでフッチ。
instead of atashi. Atapi wa. It's my job to take care of the cloth. Yeah, all of the beautiful cloth was made by the shelves. Yay.
作り方は内緒でフッチ。教えてもきっと真似できないでフッチ。
Yeah, I won't tell you the self sequence. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to do it yourself. It's too hard. Only they can do it. But like this is how they talk at all times. This like stupid cutesy bullshit.
感じたデフッチ。あなたついにラムーチャマにも認められた
ラムーチャマ。
長チャマもとっても感謝してたデフッチ。
Yeah, that's chief, but instead of saying sama, they say chama. It's just like cutesy bullshit. Literally, this should be translated to full uwu speak. You heard it, you felt it. You know, gained the respect of Ward Wamu.
ラムーチャマから預かった大事なクリスタル。あなた。
Yay! Yeah, they made them speak in like, this one is very pleased that you spoke with Ramu. This one is overjoyed. Remember all that shit about flavor? Remember how they say that the English adds flavor? Where's the flavor being added by taking the, like, super cutesy little cabbage people and turning them into the blandest, like, race in the game? Does anybody remember or like the sylphs in English? So I'm very interested to see how these dudes talk. It's a good like little setup. This one enjoys dancing one. This one believes you should meet singing one. Like, why? Why would you do that? It doesn't even make sense. Ooh. Yeah, they're not supposed to sound ethereal or fancy at all. They're supposed to sound like children. Right? It's like, you know, it's like the classic fairy thing where, you know, they even talk about, like, you know, the sylphs constantly are playing pranks that are downright, like, dangerous because they don't really understand what they're doing. Right? But, you know, even if you tell them, like, hey, you can't just, like, push somebody off of a ravine, like, that'll hurt them, they don't understand that what they are going to do will potentially hurt people. And so they don't know what you mean when they're like, well, but I didn't know, like, it was just like a prank. I didn't mean to do anything bad. So, like, what are you mad about? They don't understand. That's the whole bit. And then when you speak with Ramu, he's just like, you know, he likes the sylphs. There is, like, his little cute forest kids. Ramu also, in the Japanese, actually tells you about the plot. You know, he refers to as, like, a unique entity, something that is set apart from the world. Also, Xandamar, I don't know, well, no, you would know if you've played through, like, Dawn Trail and everything, but there's a very common misconception in the English for people to think that, quote-unquote, the echo is something that you got from Heidelin, but the Japanese establishes that that isn't the case very, very early. That it's just a thing that you have. And it's also called transcendence. There's I really want to make, like, a long-form video about a lot of this stuff, but there's just so many things that you need to establish that are just all fundamentally wrong. It's koeru chikara, and it's set up right from the beginning as something that is different than what Heidelin gave you. Heidelin just gave you the Blessing of Light, which Midgardsormr seals, but doesn't get rid of. Yeah, I gotta play through... Yeah, that's the thing. I gotta get through, like, Shadowbringers before I can make stuff. But, yeah, I wasn't expecting the Gunas to show up on the road.
しかし、
Yeah, there's
この遺
movement.
跡はイシュガルド様式にも見えるが、どこかが違うな。
Yeah, these ruins look like, Ishgardian. But there's something weird about them. Like, there's something different about them. But the thing is, though, is that it does actually, like... It's somewhat more convincing... Honestly, that, like, how's your character 89 if I haven't gotten to Endwalker content? Yeah, I was just doing roulettes. It was just, well, roulettes in, like, PvP. Because I just wanted PvP rewards, and I just played White Mage. You know, I needed a class at least 80 to get, Painter and everything. Or Pictomancer, rather. It's called Pictomancer. Yeah, the PvP sets are fun. But, the thing is that I've got the clip of me seeing Shitotarumono for the first time and immediately guessing what the plot of the game was. Right? Of immediately going like, hey, wait a second. Like, they're saying, like, we aren't fully human yet? And I go, wait a second, but that means, like, you know, if you've got all these different worlds... And people aren't fully people. And they just talked about how people's souls, like, go back to the ethereal sea. You know, to the ethereal sea. It's like, oh, so what if, like, you know, people's souls got split between all the worlds? And then everybody in chat lost their shit. Because I just was like, I just guessed that. Everybody just lost their fucking minds. It was very funny.
さすがに博学だな。そう、この遺跡は今より1000年以上もの遥か昔、竜と我らの祖先とが友として暮らしていた時代のものだ。
Wow, 博学。さすがに博学だな。Like that's wow, you're incredibly well read. Yes, these ruins are from a time when, yeah, dragons and our ancestors lived in harmony more than 1,000 years ago.
は、これが人と竜が共存していた証拠だと？俺は貴様たち異端者が作った 建造物だと教えられたがな。こんな瓦礫をありがたがる気がしれん。
Yeah. What, this is your proof that humans and dragons live, like, yeah, coexisted. Yeah, we were taught that these structures were created, yeah, that these structures were created by you heretics. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I don't, yeah. I'm not exactly, yeah, I'm not thankful for these, for this rubble. Or don't know
頭
why
の
you would
固い
be.
男だ。すがりたければ、すがり続けるがいい。偽りの教えにな。
Okay, wait a second. すがりたければ、すがりつがいい。Okay, okay, yeah. Yeah, you are, like, infuriatingly stubborn. If you want to keep latching onto to those false teachings, that's fine.
おいおい、こんなところで仲間割れなんてよしてくれ。
仲間割れ。Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Come on. Don't have a falling out in a like now of all. I'm not quite sure how you would go with this one, but he's like, don't go like, freaking out on each other now. Right?
オレオ、君も何か言ってくれよ。
Yeah, you gotta say something to them. 確かめる。You will. Yeah, like I'll we confirm for the past ourselves.
そう、我々はイシュガルドへの再攻撃の阻止という共通の目的をなすためにも、今は主義を捨てるべきだ。何より、彼女には過去を見る力がある。
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. イシュガルドの攻撃の Yeah, okay. Yeah, we should put aside, right, our differences in principles and teaching for the sake of preventing this, war in another, yeah, for the sake of our common goal of preventing another attack on Ishgard. Yeah. And above all, the Warrior of Light has the ability to see the past
きっ
as
かけ
well.
さえあれば、オレオは過去の真実を見ることもできるだろう。その言葉であれば、エスティニアン殿も信じられるだろう。
Yeah. Yeah, if the chance presents itself for them to see the past and tell you of it, would you be you would be convinced, right, Estinian?
元より仲間になどなったつもりはないが、光の戦士が真実とやらを暴くまで結論を待てというのだな。ふん、よかろう。
元よりな。Yeah, I mean, yeah, I had no intention of being, like, friends from the start. However, yeah, if the, Yeah. Yeah, but if the Warrior of Light, gives it, yeah, then he'll accept it. Yeah, he'll withhold judgment until such a time as the Warrior of Light gives, tell us what's up.
清流、フレースベルグに出会えば、それも叶おう。私は、彼の竜との出会いを通じて、過去を見たのだからな。さあ、先を急ぐぞ。
Yeah, if we can meet the holy dragon Hresvelger, that'll be able to happen. Right? It'll happen then. That's how I was able to see the past. Now, let's go. Yeah. God, that was a difficult set of lines.
"竜に喧嘩を売るとは、アリゴモも度胸があるじゃないか。教皇庁の奥に隠れているお歴々より、よほど使えそうだな。
Yeah, the ants got some guts picking fights with dragons. More useful than the, like, waste of space back at the Vatican.
ドラゴン族に加え、
That's
グナース族にも警戒。
Yeah. Huh. I didn't think we were gonna be meeting with a dragon this fast.
西方に巨大な塔が見えるな。イシュガルドの民は、不浄の三塔などと呼ぶが、かの遺跡には、清流の眷属たる竜たちが住んでいる。
Oh yeah. To the west, you can see a huge, gigantic tower. The people of Ishgard call them like the three towers of impurity or of heresy. Yeah, you wouldn't go with heresy. You would go with like defilement, maybe. Yeah. In reality, they're inhabited by dragons who are the descendants of the holy dragon.
霊峰、ソームアルの麓にたどり着くためには、彼らの協力を得て、参道を開いてもらわねばならん。安心してくれ。塔に住む竜を率いるのは、私の友だ。
Okay, yeah, in order to reach the Sacred Mountain Solwall, we need their help to open the way to the mountain path. No need to worry. The dragon the dragon who controls the tower is a friend of mine.
むしろ、グナース族の動きの方が心配なくらいだよ。塔に続く道筋で、一度、あたりの様子を狙い撃としよう。
Yeah, I'm more concerned about what the Gunas are up to. Let's what do you want to say for this? Like, take stock of the surrounding environment. See what's going on. I'm very curious as to how these fuckers talk. So far, all of them have been very fun, except for, like, the kobolds are kind of like, eh. Kobolds don't really have much sauce in the Japanese. Like, they're just kind of like... It's definitely not anything close to the fucking English, but they're not that stand out. It's definitely not as infantile.
やれやれ、同じ敵を持つ者同士とはいえ。
Yeah. Yeah, we have the same enemy, but they don't seem to wanna cooperate.
やはり、押し通るしかないか。
I guess we'll just have to fight our way
まずい
through.
な、やはり、塔に至る道筋にも、グナース族の兵たちが展開しているようだ。
Huh. Yeah, this is bad. The Ganas soldiers have already made their way to the road leading to the tower.
確か、マルスシャン氏が言っていたな。最近、グナース族がドラゴン族に対してちょっかいを出していると、もしや奴らは塔に攻撃を？
Huh. Yeah, it's like what Morishan said. The Ganas have been like really like okay. yeah, have been like making a move on, or like, you know, opportunistically striking at the dragons. Like, are they attempting to like assault the tower?
我が友たる竜たちが心配だ。ケタカキ竜とはいえ、家宝を持つグナース族に襲われれば、傷を負うことは考えられる。
Mm. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's like artillery. Yeah. No, I'm worried about my friends. You know, even though they're dragons, they could still conceivably be, yeah, wounded if attacked with like heavy artillery or guns.
致し方ない。もし、グナース族の兵たちが、好戦的な構えを見せたら、実力を持って排除しながら進むとしよう。
Itashikatanai. Yeah, the way she talks is very interesting. Yeah, if the Gaunas show any signs of belligerence, we'll simply have to, like, push through them by force. Oh no! Oh yeah, they do just kind of straight up have guns. I really should probably get like just some sort of like fodder level 89/90, you know, weapon or something to actually be able to do some damage here. Rather than rocking this stupid eye level 400 thing. I could just swap back to Picto, but I've been on Picto for a while.
この気配、かなり高位のドラゴン族が近づい
Yeah, you feel the
す
presence
ご
of
い建
dragons.
造物だ
Wow.
ここにセリュウの眷属が
Yeah, this, like, what a magnificent structure. This is, yeah, like, did the dragons build this? Well, yeah, like, there's a dragon here. Wow.
しかし、グナース族は一体どうしてしまったのだ。友を守るためとはいえ、無益な戦いはしたくなかったのに。
Yeah, what's happened to the Ganas? You know, normally they would have, you know, they just wanted to protect their friends and family and wouldn't engage in such pointless
と
battles.
もかく、塔の中に入ろう。竜たちとの対話は、どうか私に任せてほしい。
Yeah. Anyway, let's enter the tower. Please, let me handle discussions with the dragons.
くれぐれも手出しはするなよ。青の竜騎士エスティニアン。
Yeah. Yeah. Do not interfere. Azure Dragon Knight Estinian.
光の戦士の顔に免じて先に手出しはしないさ先にはな
Okay, this is a fun one. Yeah, for the sake of the Warrior of Light, I won't interfere at first. Right? I'm not gonna say anything first.
いけすかない男だ。行くぞ。
Ikeskanai. God, wow, that's... Ikeskanai is like, what a detestable or disgusting man. Let's go. Or creep. You can even use like creepy for that. There's the same term that, what's his face? The one Asian used to refer to Elizabeth. Called him like a fucking creep.
Vizo Buniru.
Vizo Buniru. I'm not even gonna try to, I have no idea what the fuck they would do with that in English. Hey, what's up? This guy looks like this is a dragon meth head, right? Like...
Oh yeah. そこなる小さきものはイゼルではないか。グナースどもの先兵かと思うて、危うく焼き殺すところであったぞ。
Oh, you, like, little one over there. Japanese phonetics are not made for 4 words. Yeah, no. Oh my, the little one over there. It's Giselle. Giselle, isn't it? I thought that you were, yeah, Gunas spies and regrettably almost burned you to death.
Ah, Vizo Buniru. 会いたかったわ。竜と人との融和のため力を貸してほしいのです。
Ah, Rizonir. It's so nice to meet you. Or it's so nice to see you again. Sorry, I don't know why I said meet you. I'd like you to help. In... Yeah. Like... Re-establishing... friendly relationship between, humans and dragons. Between men and dragons.
何やら訳ありの様子。我が輩にもよくわかるように話すがよい。
Oh, she's Wagahai? Amazing. But this dragon does kinda look... This dragon looks like, you know, their lunch of choice is a can of fucking, like, computer duster. This dragon looks like they do meth behind an Arby's. This dragon looks like they sell meth behind an Arby's. I'm sure you have a reason for this. Yeah. Please, I would have you inform me of what that is. And then she just, yeah, zoom out. More done.
ニーズヘッグとその眷属を諌めるため、我が父祖たるフレースベルグの助力を乞いたいと。
上局を乞いたると? God, okay. The MTL is very wrong here, but the 諌めるため. Yeah, like, this is like, you know, to... You would like to get into contact with Frostvelger, with my ancestor Frostvelger, in order to have him chide Nidhogg and his followers, or his descendants, right? To, like, scold them like children.
ええ、その通りです。
You know, tell them off, tell them to knock it the fuck off. Yes, precisely.
だが小さきものよ。
小さきものよ。
我が輩は聞いておらぬぞ。こやつがニーズヘッグの竜の目を手にしておる道理を。
Yeah, they're pissed. And this is the point in the English where I was like, why the fuck is he here? Why is this dude with us? And at this point, I'm also like, why is this dude still with us? Like, we probably should have, you know, we probably should have had him at least, like, go away, but that probably wouldn't have worked. The reason that Estinian is actually here, which they explain in the Japanese, and they don't explain in the English, is... I am Eric told you that the, you know, the Vatican, the Holy See, was planning on, you know, like, particular warmongers within the Holy See were suggesting a, like, preemptive strike on the dragons in response to the aggression from Nidhogg, and that in order to quell that, like in order to stamp out that notion, having the Warrior of Light and the Azure Dragon Knight go off to go kill Nidhogg as the cover story for our operation here would be sufficient, probably, to get them to calm down for a bit, because they're going to think the situation is under control. So it's a political move. He's here with us to make sure that Ishgard doesn't freak out. Because we've still got the cover story on paper that we're just going off directly to go kill Nidhogg ourselves, as like a big heroic move. But yes, he's like, I haven't heard why, you know, this one here, yeah, little one, I haven't heard why you know, this man holds the dragon's eye.
必要とあらば、お前の目もくり抜いてやろうか。
Yeah, I have my reasons. If needed, I'll gouge out your eye as well. Yeah. The thing is, I fucking hated this dude in the English, because I was just like, why is he ruining everything? This entire fucking expansion would be just resolved if he wasn't here. But they actually set up a good reason for him being here, and the way that he talks in Japanese is endearing. And so now I'm like, okay, kind of based though. Yeah. Like, you could even, like, say, like, you know, I've got my reasons. Need me to, like, carve your eye out? Like, one of your eyes out, too? Huh?
Estinian. これは融和のための旅路だ。
Yeah. Estinian. Yeah, this is a, like, diplomatic mission. Like, these are peace talks.
今ここでこやつを食らうのは造作もないが、我が父祖の望みは静寂。我らは憎しみ合ういずれにも組みしない。
憎しみ合ういずれ組みしない。That's an interesting turn of phrase. 憎しみ合ういずれ。Okay, that's a cool turn of phrase. Yeah, it would be so easy to simply devour him here and now. Right? However, yeah, the will of my ancestor is peace. Yeah, this desire of my father, or yeah, it is soul food, but it's like, yeah, well, my father is peace, and therefore I won't give in to this, you know. I won't take part in this. You know, this like cycle of violence or hatred. I'm really curious what the fuck this is in English. I'm so curious, but it's... Wait, no. Yeah, no, I really shouldn't. I shouldn't. I'm not going to. I'm not going to look at the English. It causes mental damage. Okay, yeah. We would wish to prove our sincerity for peace to the great dragon himself. You know, ourselves, right? In our own words. Oh, yeah, the last line was, "My sire's will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home." Yeah, no, the dragon said that Hrsvelgr explicitly wanted peace. That doesn't say inviting discord. He wants peace. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight. No. He was saying, like, yeah, we want peace, so I'm not going to take part of this.
どうか霊峰ソームアルに至る道を開き、私たちに希望を。
Oh shit, 私たちに希望を。You know, please, yeah, you know, grant our wish and open the path to, you know, the sacred Mount Solmal.
小さき者よ、そなたに免じ霊峰への道を開いてやってもよい。
あなたに免じ。Yeah, like, little one, yeah, I would allow you alone to go to the sacred mountain.
しかし今やグナースどもが呼び下ろした神から我が愛しき竜の子らを守らねばならん。使命を捨て
That could also have been
ここを離れるわけにはいかんのだ。
Yeah. But now, however, at present I must protect my kin or my children, my beloved children from the god that the Gnas have invoked. I can't abandon this obligation and leave this place.
まさかグナース族も万神を。
You mean to say that Gnas, have summoned an idol, which idol is a better term than primal. Idol or eidolon, primal makes it seem like they're actually like ancient primal entities when they just aren't. They're idols in the sense of false gods. And again, notice how hard Alphinaud switches tone. He's staying polite but forceful and strong. He's not showing any weakness. He's a good diplomat. I don't know why they clown on him so hard. Yes. So if we were to rout the Gnas that threaten you, that threaten your land, would you allow us through? Do the Garlands use the same kanji for Banshin? Yes. They use Banshin, they use, well, for Barbarian, they use, Banzoku and Yabanjin. Well, there's a difference between Icon and... There's some shit that's slightly different, but... Basically, the reason that Banshin as Primal is so dogshit is that it makes them seem like they're primordial entities, right? Primal means something like, you know, first, whereas Banshin literally just means, like, foreign god, right? Like a god from a foreign land, in the sense of one that is not ours, right? The term was used for, like, you know, when Buddhists brought Buddha over to Japan. That's a foreign god. And so, in English, you would refer to, you know, that's like an idol, idolatry, as opposed to our god that is real. Icon actually means idol in Greek. Well, yeah, they've used, like, eidolon, also, you know, idol. Primal is the only one that doesn't make sense. And Icon I wouldn't really like either, because it's like, Banshin is immediately recognizable. It makes sense just from the kanji. Right? It's barbarian god. Foreign god. Right? You get the idea. Immediately. Whereas, you know, something like Icon or even Eidolon, really, you would probably need to, like, look up. Which isn't quite as good. Because it's... Banshin is a cool word, but it's understandable. Yeah, Eidolon is fine. Eidolon I would have been totally fine with. Primal is the only one that doesn't make sense. It's the only odd one out, because it leads to misunderstandings. You know, because people, like... You know, like in that Reddit post that I really want to go over, they refer to primals as, like, primal, right? Because that's what they think is. Well, I mean, Eidolon as a... like, if they were attempting to do a proper localization and actually capture the meaning of what's being said in Japanese, Eidolon would work. But yeah, like, this is, wow. He uses fucking onmi. He's being super deferent. But, like, staying strong. This is... God, he's... Alphinaud is fucking cool. Yeah. Yeah, if we repel or... Yeah. Defeat the, Gunas that threaten your lands, you would lend us your aid.
ほうほう。小さき者どもが同胞たる武々しい竜たちですら幾度も翼を折られ地に落ちているというに。
おいうに。Wait a second, this is interesting. Oh, たる竜たちですら幾度もthis one's, I think I get what she's saying here, but this is like there's probably I'm gonna need to go to the second line. I think Yoshida signs off the localization. They just have no idea. Like, Hawk Manor managed to make it through to the final thing with just like a literal half of the name missing. Koji Fox has said on multiple occasions that he would get yelled at by the scriptwriters because they would introduce a new thing in the Japanese, and then Koji Fox and the localization team would go, actually, we changed that, so that leads to a plot hole now, and then they would get real mad at him. He said, like, haha, that happens like 4 or 5 times in expansion, whoopsie, so silly of me. So, based on my knowledge of the way that things work with Japan and English, and it's really kind of the same everywhere, there is no oversight. Right, like, the single most famous Japanese person in modern history, Shohei Ohtani, had his interpreter, his buddy interpreter, just not even remotely closely translate the things that he was saying in interviews. Just make up total bullshit, and then steal a ton of money from him, and there was zero oversight. Nobody once checked and went, hey, is that actually what he was saying? Not even once, and he's like the most famous dude. He's the most famous fucking baseball player on the planet right now. So for something like this, there's no oversight. None. Right? They just go, well, they're the English team, they know what they're doing, so that's the English translation. Uh-huh. Because they have no way of checking it. Like, what would they do? They'd have to hire an entire other separate, like, translation checking team to sign off on it. And what do you do if those guys just go like, oh yeah, looks good to me. Yeah, we don't give a shit. Like, the level of English comprehension in Japan is so low that they don't really have the resources or the means to tell when this shit is going sideways. And by the time, if they do, it's too late. But yeah, this line is interesting. It's like, like little ones. Yeah, even my, you know, my fellow, like, fierce dragons have, how, like, you know, over and over again, you know, like, you know, have, like, broken their wings and fallen to the ground. I think she's saying, like, you know, you're standing up to the intimidation. Yeah, it's... Japan and especially Japanese business is very high trust, in the sense that once you're in, and if you're the localization lead, and you say it's good, nobody is going to say that you're wrong. Like, if the localization lead for the in-house team says this is the correct localization, they're not going to go in, like, somebody from a different department isn't going to go in and say, I don't know about that. That, you know, Japanese businesses are very, like, they work very, all the different departments don't have a ton of, like, intercommunication from my knowledge and experience. I'm not really comfortable saying that as, like, a full rule of thumb, but from everything that I've seen about Japanese business, it's like, you know, there's kind of islands of communication. Since everything is so stratified, you know, it's like a manager of a manager of a manager talks to somebody else, and those are the people who do shit. But this line, you know, they're saying, like, yeah, the proud dragons, you know, fell to the ground. I think this is like, you know, you stood up to me. Yeah.
我が輩はそれを見届けようぞ。
見届けようぞ。
お前たちの意志がどれほど強いものなのかを。
Yeah, so that's actually a cool turn of phrase, where the last line was like, you know, endless of my fellow, you know, powerful dragons have fallen to the ground, wings broken. So then, yeah, yeah, then show me your determination, show me your power. Yeah, show me what you little ones are capable of.
Alphinaud の言う通り、行くしかないのね。新たな戦いの芽を摘んでおくためにも。
Yeah, we need to. It says Alphinaud says we need to go snip this. We need to, like. This really is like we need to go, you know, nip this new conflict in the bud. Like it is like a sprout of war. Or like a seed of war sprouting, and we need to pluck it out. But the thing about the, you know, people always say like, oh, it's an in-house team, so how could things be wrong? But things just don't play out the way that the English describes, but they do play out the way that the Japanese describes. Banshi.
私にも超える力があれば君と共に番組と戦えるのに
Oh, this one's really important. This one's really important because this is one that people misunderstood very heavily for a very long time. 私にも超える力があれば So, they described already that the reason why the Warrior of Light cannot become tempered is because they are transcendent. This turn of phrase that is in brackets here, koeru chikara, is translated to the echo. What it actually means is transcendence. Right? And it's why you've got so many turns of phrase whenever the echo is mentioned in the English, while they say like, let me show you the true power of the echo, the power to transcend the very barriers of reality, or things like that, it's because the actual name of the ability is transcendence. Which, considering the way that the story works with the whole soul thing, it's specifically saying that the player character is a separate style of life form than every other person in the setting, right? There's a separate class of people who are known as transcendent, right? And the Asians say that these people who are transcendent and everybody else needs to be like transformed or completed into true humanity, right? So keeping it as transcendence is pretty fucking important. And they explain that the player character being transcendent is both why Heidelin was interested in you to begin with. You know, like, I believe Raoban says it as a, like the reason, you know, Heidelin is so interested in you is because of that transcendence of yours, because you are transcendent. And it's described as the reason why you cannot become tempered. Is because of transcendence. And this Koeru Chikara has nothing to do with Heidelin. Whatsoever. They explicitly say it over and over again in the Japanese that the Blessing of Light and Transcendence are two different things. And so Alphinaud is saying, like, man, I wish I was transcendent so that I could go and fight, you know, these idols with you without being able to become tempered.
グナース族が強気に出てきた理由がこれで分かったが、お前はこれまでも
Yeah. And this is where that whole misunderstanding that people had of saying, like, oh, are we tempered by Heidelin? In the Japanese, you cannot possibly make that mistake. That misunderstanding is not possible. They explain it over and over again, that that's not the case.
グナース族がバンガミを召喚していたとは、ドラゴン族を襲い始めたのもそのためか。
Yeah, I didn't know that the Gnas had summoned an idol. That may be why they, you know, began to attack the dragons.
よかったじゃないか、氷女。自分たちの欲望を叶えるためにバンガミを呼び下ろし、敵対する者を踏みにじる。お前と気が合いそうな連中だぞ。
Yeah. Yeah, like, good news, huh, Ice Woman? 自分たちの欲望、私の愛するものを踏みにし、お前と気。Holy shit, what a bird! Oh, I like this guy. Oh, isn't this great news? You know, like Ice Maiden or Ice Woman. This could also be, no, it's Hime. Right? You know, a bunch of people who, for their own selfish reasons, call down an idol. I'm sure you'll get along with them just fine. You seem like your sort of crowd. It's not Yuki-onna. It's sort of a play on that. I've never actually seen, like, Hime in that sense, or... I'm really interesting. Okay, yeah, they just ruined it. They ruined the joke. Korionna? It could be. I'm not entirely sure on how you're supposed to read that one. That one's hard. The text-to-speech said Korionna, but that's not... The dictionary that I'm looking at here says Hime. But it could be, you know... I'm not entirely sure which one it's actually supposed to be. But yeah. Yeah, this is like, you know, this is great, huh? You know, a bunch of people who are summoning an idol for their own selfish reasons and, you know, trampling on, you know, trampling all over the dreams and hopes of others. You know? Sure, you'll get along with them great. You're gonna be best friends with these guys. Like, that's a fucking quip. Estinian in the Japanese does quips. He does a little, like, he's a bitch. Like, he is such a bad bitch. He's sort of doing, like, a Mean Girls thing here. This is actually, like, straight up a quip. That you would... This almost reads like something that a translator would put in where, like, there was a more serious line. But in this case, no, he's actually just saying, like, yeah, you're gonna get along great with these guys. You'll be best friends with them. Just like you. Huh. Like, he's being such a sarcastic little bitch. The English is, are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. Where's the joke? This was a joke. This is a joke in the Japanese. You love putting jokes in where there's no jokes, so why do you take out the joke when there's a joke? This is constant. When the Japanese does a joke, they don't do a joke. This is a good joke.
私が聖女を呼び下ろしたのは決して欲望のためではない。私が力を使うのはただ竜と人との融和のためだ。闇雲に槍を振るう貴様に言えたことか。
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah, I called down the... I didn't call down the saint out for my own selfish desires. Yeah, I only use this power for the sake of harmony between dragons and men. Like, I'm not going to take that from someone who just blindly, like, yeah, blindly swings his spear around. Literally, Yamikumo ni yori o furu samani. Like, literally, somebody just swinging a spear around at random. I'm not gonna take that from somebody who just, like, you know, swings his spear around randomly.
よさないか、二人とも。グナース族が番紙を召喚したのであれば、看過できない。
よさない。
そして、我々の使命を果たすためにも、万人討滅は必須だ。
Yeah. Cease this. Yeah, stop this at once, both of you. Yeah, the Gnas have summoned an idol, and yeah, we can't turn a blind eye to that. Yeah. Yeah, to fulfill this mission, it is necessary for us to defeat said idol.
だが、戦うにしても、あまりに情報が少ない。まずは、グナース族がいかなる神を呼び下ろしたのか、その信仰について探る必要があるだろ
う。その信仰について。Oh, okay. Yeah, we have far too little information to work with at the moment. First, we need to find what sort of god they've invoked, and, you know, what their belief structure is.
わかった。グナース族に関しては、マルスシャンが詳しい。一度、テールフェザーに戻り、彼に話を聞こ
う。I understand. Marshawn knows quite a lot about the Gnas, so let's return to Tailfeather and speak with him. Yeah, honestly, like, Estinia was being such a fucking sassy bitch. You cannot defeat a bad bitch. You just cannot do that. I rise above that. You. Like, the English just made it seem like a straight-up insult. The Japanese was like, man, like, you must be over the moon. These are a bunch of, you know, crazy savages invoking a god to, you know, destroy their enemies for their own, you know, selfish desires. You're gonna get along great with these guys. They're gonna be best friends. It's literally like sarcasm. You very rarely see that style of quip. But that's just like, that's his bit. It's actually fairly endearing. He's such an asshole. Oh, you're back already? Huh? You want to know about the Gnas faith? Like what they believe in?
なんだと、グナース族が番紙を召喚しただと?
Yeah, the
この地にまで番紙が
FFXIV keeps thinking that it's Bangami, but it's Bangchin.
ほとんどお手上げなんだ.
Yeah, wait, what did you say? The Gnas summoned an idol? Yeah, so there's like an idol and something, you know, all the way out here, huh? Yeah, I mean, you can already see now that he's being pretty funny. Right? Like, you know, when he said that he was, like, totally down to do shit behind the Vatican's back. Like, you know, seems like I got a bit of a knack for going on, like, secret dirty work missions behind the Vatican and, you know, the Knights Templar's back. More fun this way. I like it. Haha. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's, yeah, I'm not too familiar with like the extreme specifics of their culture.
だが、北西に住む、はみ出し者のグナース族となら、時折、物々交換をする程度には、交流がある。手土産でも用意すれば、何か情報を聞けるかもしれんぞ。
Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, we do occasionally barter with some like outcast Gunas who live in the northwest. If you bring them you know, some sort of gift. Himiage. Okiyori. Yeah, we do barter with some of the outcast Gunas who live in the northwest. If you bring them you know, some sort of offering, a present, they might be willing to share some information with you.
試してみる価値はありそうだ。それで、そのグナース族が好むのは、どんなものなのだろうか?
Yeah, it's worth a shot. So, what sort of, you know, things do the Gunas like then?
そうさな、人食い羊羹の蜜に、七天樹の実。それに、妖体なんかの肉といったところか。
Huh. Okay. That's a bullshit. That's a bullshit kanji. Hitokuyoka. No, who the fuck knows Hitokuyoka? And... Yeah, okay, the nectar of the man-eating, like, beautiful flower, like, that's probably like an Alarun of some kind, fruit of the 7 heavenly trees, and, yeah, the meat of a, juvenile nanka.
それなら、俺は、七天樹の実を集めよう。ジャンプすれば、高所にある果実でも楽に集められる。
Oh, he's explaining that dragoons jump very high. I prefer Dragon Knight to Dragoon as well. Dragoon is kind of, I don't know, that one feels more bias driven, but I do like Dragon Knight. Yeah, I'll handle the 7 heavenly, the fruit of the 7 trees. Yeah, he can jump real high. He's got ups.
人食い羊羹の蜜は任せてくれ。魔法の使い手であるアルフィノの手助けがあれば、さほど苦労せずに手に入れることができるだろ
う。Okay, then leave the nectar of the man-eating flower to us. With you know, Alphinaud's help as a magic user, we should be able to get it without too much trouble.
じゃあ、お前さんは妖体なんかの肉だな。
Okay, go get 3 pieces of meat.
手土産を置く取引場所がある。情報に感謝するよ。
Cool.
マルスシャン。よし。
Thanks for the info, Marshawn.
グナース族への手土産を集めよう。
Yep, get the things. That's all very, I'm just gonna kind of skim through game mechanic dialogue. You know, stuff that's just like, go here, get thing. There's not much info in it. Yeah, go, I need you to collect 3 bear ass. I love it. What the fuck are these things? Like, actually? Holy. God, I love White Mage. Press 1 button over and over again. I love it. I'm being sincere. What, I want to see what his video is.
青の竜騎士がジャンプで果実取りとは、一体俺はこんなところで何をやっているんだ。
Yeah. The hell is this? Is like, yeah. The hell am I doing here? I'm the Azure Dragon Knight. Why the hell am I here, like, jumping into the canopy to get fruit?
アルフィノは魔法の才がある。実践で磨いていけばいい魔導士になるだろう。
Yeah, Alphinaud has a talent for magic if he really applies himself in battle, become a spectacular mage.
やあ、こちらは 一苦行家の蜜を取り終えたよ。ギゼルの知識に助けられはしたがね。そっちはどうだい？
This is really fun. He immediately just went and did like a fight, and now he's talking even more like dude bro style. He's like, yo, what's up? Like, yo. He's seriously like, hey, what's up, man? Good, bro. Hell yeah, I didn't know he was chill like that. Yeah, we finished collecting the man-eating flowers nectar. Yeah, he's a lot, you know, expertise and knowledge helped immensely. How about you? Oop.
よし、エスティニアン殿が取ってきた7点
Yay, we got all the stuff. Yay. わかったしれ。Oh no, わかったれし。Wait, わかったれし。Oh. わかったれ。わかったれし。Not entirely sure. I feel like I'm just kind of blanking there.
すべての手土産が揃った。マルスシャン氏の教えの通り、取引場所に置くとしよ
う。Yeah, we've got all the gifts ready. Put them at the transaction point, and as Marchand told us. Yeah, going to the little trading spot. It is like straight up a dead drop.
来ないな。本当にグナース族は現れるのだろうか？
Trading point. They're not showing up. Will Gnas actually even show up here?
そう、勝利なさんな。どうやらお待ちかねの取引相手のご到着らしいぞ。
Yeah. Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself. It looks like your business partners showed up. Oh, look at these dudes. I like them.
誰かと思えば人の狩人たちではないか。そんでもってこの芳しい香りは。
They just kind of do like a little ch-ch-ch-ch at the start there. Yeah, look who it is. Human hunters. Yeah. そんでもって。そんでもって is... Well, no, it's like そんでもって. They've got like a weird way of talking as well. And so, this fragrance. Yeah. Oh, the yeah, flowers nectar. The fruit. Yay. Juvenile alchemy.
どれもこれも我らの好物ばかり。いやはや苦しい生活が助かるというものだ。
Oh, wait, no, there's a... this is very unique, but it's in a weird way. Fuck, I don't know how you would do this. But it is very distinctive. Doremo koremo. Oh, shit, okay, I think I figured it out. They use doremo koremo. Yahaya. Are they going to keep using these doubled up phrases a lot? They probably are. So it's like the Amalja use 4 kanji compounds a lot, and then these guys are going to be using these doubled up phrases a lot. Fuck. That's a hard one. That's a hard one. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like these are all our, our favorite foods. Yahoya. Yeah. Oh me, oh my. Yeah, like, this is... yeah, these are like their favorite things, like their favorite pick-me-ups for their difficult life. They speak like Skaven? I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. Probably. But, you know, Zenimar, I'm sure you're aware of, you know, like, you know, koregore, sorezore, kuruguru, tsunezune, tokidoki, right? You know, all of those types of phrase. I think they... Hmm.
ししししし、人の狩人たちよ、取引がしたいのなら、我らが住処に来るがいい。狭苦しい場所ではあるが、竜よけの功も大抵あるぞ。
If you wish to do, if you wish to do, human hunters. If you wish to do business with us, come to our home. Yeah, it's like our dwelling. It's a small place, but we've burned incense to keep the dragons at bay. Oh.
狭い、
It's small.
臭い、
It's smelly.
そんでもって、居心地悪い。
And it's really uncomfortable.
それでも、竜に食われるよりゃ、マシだろうさ。ししししし、ついてくるがいい。
Yeah, but it sure beats getting eaten by dragons. Well then, come along now. They're fun. I like these guys.
奇妙な連中だな。まともに話ができる相手とは思えんが。
妙な連中だわ。Yeah, these guys are weird. Like, these are very strange. I don't really think, like, you know, we're gonna get much out of them. These are the right people to be talking
早く
to.
彼らの番組に
あ、あれが、グナース族か。先ほど戦った者たちとは、随分様子が違うようだな。
Yeah, it's like, so those are the Ganas. They're pretty different from the ones we just fought. Did I talk to the Vanu Vanu yet? Yes, they're also very fun. The English, I believe, they described them as like, oh, they're like Ixal if an Ixal's mother was a Gigas. But the Japanese just said like, if I had to describe the Vanu Vanu in a term, it would be fat bird. Which is just like, it's fucking funny. All of the jokes in that section in Ishgard were just gone. Let me talk to more of these guys to see if I can get a handle on how they talk.
人ではないか。歴史を記録する。この俺に聞きたいことがあるのか？
You have any questions for me, the keeper of history?
ししししし、俺はヒストリアン。若たれし者たち
Yeah,
の
yeah,
活動を記
literally
録している。
yes.
そういう
Well, actually, no, it
人は
wasn't,
歴史って言うんだろ？
It was the turn of phrase for like a person, right? Like there's a turn, like, you know, a term for like a fat person, and then they put cho at the end of that. Like real fat bird people. Or something, probably. Yeah. Historian. Yeah, I'm a historian, documenting the histories of the divided. Wakare... Oh, wakare... Wakatareshi. Wakatareshi monotachi. Oh, the divided. Yeah. Oh, そういうのは人は歴史って言うんだろ? Yeah, it's like that's what humans call history. You could probably put history with 2 S's here. That would actually be a very good joke if they did that. I believe you humans call that history. Because he's putting in katakana here because he's not really familiar with the turn of phrase.
俺たちは、つながりし者たちと違って、精神が連結されてないから、祖先の記憶を持ってない。だから、記録しないと、俺たちが生きた証は消えちまう。
Oh. That's very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, unlike the connected ones, we don't have, ancestral memories, because our minds are not, connected as one. Therefore, if we don't record our memories, there won't be any, proof that we've lived.
そんなのは、寂しいだろう？それにな、俺と同じように種族の精神から切り離された、まだ見ぬ仲間に、生きる知恵を残してから、死にたいのさ。
Wow, this is really nice, actually. This is really well written. It's like, yeah, that would be, very, sad, wouldn't it? And as well, I would rather, I want to die after, handing down the knowledge and memories of our species to the ones who will come after us. The ones who are cut off from the soul of our kind, or like from the spirit of our kind. Yeah, I'd like to pass down our knowledge and the ways of survival, right? The wisdom of life to them. Only then would I, want to die. That's interesting. It's very nice.
ここは、バスの塚。つながりし者たちと違い、種族の精神から切り離された、若たれし者たちが寄り添う集落だ。
Yeah, okay. This is a settlement where the divided co is separated from the soul of the tribe, or of the people.
グナース族は、お前たち人と違い、本来は、つなぎ止め死者を中心に、精神をつなげている。だから、声に頼らず、意志の囁きを聞き、同じ心で動く。
つなぎ止め死。Okay, wait a second. That's a really interesting term, a phrase. つなぎ止め死。Oh shit! That's a really cool turn. つなぎ止める死者。つなぎ止め死者。Oh, what would you do for that? Like the binder, the tetherer? Right, they're saying that there's a Okay, yeah, unlike you humans, the Kunas are essentially connected in spirit with the tetherer, or like, it's like the one who holds us, like, holds together, right? Yeah, we don't speak with our voices, we communicate with, like, the whisper of wills. And are of the same mind. Well, yeah, they're a hive mind, but it's the way that they're describing it is interesting. It's specifically the way that he described the thing that links them, the person that links them, is interesting. It's not like a queen, it's being described as, like, if you imagine, like, a whole bunch of strings, right, or something, and you had somebody just holding all of those in, like, the center, that's sort of what they're describing there. Somebody who is gripping this, like, is holding them all together. Right, which is why it makes more sense that they could say that some of them would break off. Because it's saying that there is something that is holding them together. Yeah, however, yeah, we're slightly different. We've been cut off from the, from, like, the collective soul. Yeah, thanks to being cut off from the collective soul, you know, we have, yeah, different personalities and tastes. Yeah, we're not, coordinated, or we're not as, you know, together, but we're free. The way that they talk is... Oh, it's really interesting. It's like... Oh, man. This is a really hard one, because it's very distinctive. It's very distinctive.
ししししし、ここは、狭く、臭く、居心地悪い、我らの住処、バスの塚だ。
I would almost describe it as, like, childish in a way? It's fun. They're, like, fun. They've pretty successfully captured the idea of, like, they're not used to being different.
ししししし、つながりし者たちは、
つながりし
毎日、飽きもせず同じ練り物ばかり食べているわ。世界はこんなにもうまそうなもので満ちているというのに。
Yeah, like this, right? Like the connected ones, yeah, eat the same... Yeah, they just eat the same ground up, you know... The same, like, ground up paste day in and day out. You know, even though there's so many, you know, delicious things in the world. There's so many tasty things out there.
なんで人みたいな名前なのかって？まあ、なんというか、俺の好みってやつだ。ししししし。
Yeah, like it's like, it's like they're trying pretty hard to come off as individual. Right? Like they're like purposefully idiosyncratic. In a pretty fun way. It's like, yeah, why the... Shibururoa. Yeah, why the like, human-like name? I mean, you could just say it's a bit of a hobby of mine. You know, it's just like, you know, something I'm into. I like these guys. Huh? Storyteller.
ししししし。
Yeah, it's just
猿がい
storytelling.
い。ここは人の来るところではない。
Yeah, leave this place. It's not somewhere, yeah, humans should come. Huh, I guess he just hasn't been introduced to us yet.
ししししし。生きていれば意外と何とでもなるものだ。そして気前がいい方がきっと何かと得をするはずだぞ。
Oh. 気前がいい方。いいはず。気前。前がいい方が。I'm not entirely sure if you mean 気前がいい or if you mean generosity or like if you like living lavishly. Yeah, if you live long enough, you can. Yeah, if you live long enough, you do anything you want. The more you have, the more you can do. I like these guys. They're fun.
ししししし。話は蝶に通してある。取引したいなら話してみるがいい。我らは話さにゃならん若たれし者たちだからな。
Like, you know what? This almost comes across. They almost sound like fucking Undertale characters, honestly. Like, this reads sort of like Toby Fox dialogue. It's different Fox, much better Fox, but, like, this is a... It kind of feels like Toby Fox characters, in a way. Yeah, like, if you wanna, you know, if you wanna talk, yeah, go talk to the chief. I mean, you know, we're the separated. So, you know, we need to talk. They're saying, like, yeah, we can't do any of the telepathic stuff anymore. So, I mean, if you want to talk to him, you gotta, like, go talk to him. I'm really interested in hearing their voice acting.
ししししし、取引に来たと話は聞いた。人の狩人たちよ。随分と気前のいい手土産と聞き、喜んでいるぞ。して、人の狩人は何を求める？
Oh, yeah, it was, yeah. Like, very generous. Ah, I heard you came to do business with us, you, hunters. Heard that you're also very generous. I'm very grateful for that. Haha. So, what do you, hunters want?
確かに私たちは、あなた方と取引に来た。ただし、求めているのは情報、話を聞きに来たのだ。グナース族が呼び下ろした神について知るために。
Yeah, yes, we're here to do business, but what we are looking for is information. We've come to talk. We'd like to know about the god that the Gnas have invoked.
ししししし、物を欲さぬとは奇妙な狩人だ。だが、話をするのは好きだぞ。なんといっても、我々は若たれし者たちだ。
Yeah, that's fun. Oh, that's great. I like these guys a lot. It's like, huh, that's really weird. Never seen that before. Like a hunter doesn't want anything. Doesn't want stuff. Yeah, but you know, I kind of like, I like that, you know? We like talking. We're the divided after all. Right? They like talking.
ししししし、よかろう。神について教えよう。つながりし者たちが呼び下ろした神についてな。
Yeah, alright. I'll tell you then. About the god that the connected have invoked. Honestly, you could go with like, I'm trying to think of like a Tsunagarishi. Like the connected ones, the entangled, the linked. Something, there's gotta be a good one. There's gotta be a good one. What the fuck do they use? I bet it's gonna be... What do they use? One mind? Bro, that's not what they're saying. Oh. That's not... That doesn't get the nuance there. They're saying, like... Because, okay, if you go with one mind, then it doesn't make any sense that these guys would break off. If you use the term... connected... right? Then that implies that there can be unconnected, right? If you use one mind, that doesn't imply not one mind, right? The turn of phrases they use in the Japanese directly implies that these guys could possibly exist. It's...
ここに住む者たちが若たれし者たち。
Yeah, you got the divided and the connected,
つながりし者たち。そして神を呼び下ろしたのは後者ということか。
Wait a second. Do they just not call them? Do they just not give these guys names? Wait a second. They just don't translate Wakatareshi. They just don't translate that name. They just don't translate it. Wait. Oh no, they say non-mind. That's no. We are Vath, we are non-mind? No. They went with one mind and non-mind? No. Come on, no. It's connected and divided. That makes so much more sense. Like, they've got a distinct, you know, one and the other. It's connect and divide. Like, the separate and the together. It's a direct comparison. One mind and non-mind doesn't make sense. Non-mind makes them just seem like they've got brain damage. Like if you say, ah yes, we are the non-mind, the dumb fucks. We, the Vath, the dumb fucks. We were cast out from our hive for being too stupid. Like, that's what it sounds like. She. All of us really love drinking paint. She. Like, you would want to go with, like, the connected and the divided. Or, like, you know, something along those lines, right? The together and the apart. You could go with capital the together and capital the apart. Or the separated. I kind of like the together and the apart. But, you know, that's like, you would workshop that with, like, a translation team that had people who would be able to come up with, like, a better one. That's why you have, like, proofreaders and stuff, which somebody should have proofread this and been like, that's stupid. We should go with something that maybe captures the thing that they're saying. Yeah, the people who are here are the... Like, let me just read it out. Like, us who live here are the apart. The main in the colony are the together. Yeah, the majority in the colony are the together. And it is those who have invoked this god. That sounds fine to me. That reads relatively natural.
さようだ。ある時、グナースの塚に東の空から一匹の傷ついた竜が落ちてきよってな。
Yeah, yes, that's right. One day, a wounded dragon fell from the eastern sky over the Gnos Mound.
恐れ起こったつながりし者たちは地に伏した竜を囲み、槍で刺し、火砲を放ち、魔術で倒したのよ。
Yeah, you know, fearful and angry, the together surrounded the dragon where it lay, stabbing it with spears, shooting it with guns, and like assaulting it with sorcery, with magic.
おそらくイシュガルド方面で戦い、敵図を追って逃げ延びたドラゴン族だろうが、寄ってたかってなぶり殺しとはやるじゃないか。
寄ってかってなぶり殺しはやるじゃないか。Wow, holy shit. What the fuck, dude? This dude fucking Estinian, holy shit. It's probably one of the dragons that fought in Ishgard and escaped with, you know, with wounds. Like, you know, and ran away wounded. So, the turn of phrase that he used here of, yotte takatte, naburi koroshi wa, naburi koroshi to wa, yaru janai ka. That's like, oh, it's, god. It's sort of ridiculously violent. But, okay. Yotte katte. So, okay. He's saying, like, you know, swarming a wounded dragon and, you know, torturing it to death. Not bad. Good going. Good shit. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, literally, like, so you swarmed a wounded dragon and, like, mercilessly tortured it to death. Nice. Good going. Not bad. I approve. What a piece of shit. And again, oh my fucking god! Yeah, Estinian, 'twas likely one that had fled the battle with my kinsmen. I should commend you for finishing the job. Where's the joke? Estinian is being a piece of shit, that's the joke. There's no joke! Yeah, and now Isaiah looks at him like, what the fuck, dude? And he's just shrugging like, what? What do you want from me? Notice the way that she looked at him? It was supposed to be like a bit?
つながりし者たちは知ったのだ。戦いに疲れた竜ならば、やすやすと殺せることを。
Like, notice how notice how that bit that they just did makes sense with the actual translation? Where he's, he's describing like a horrifically violent thing and is just going like, nice, good shit. And then she looks over him like, bro, what the fuck? And he just goes, what? What do you want from me? Like what? Say something. that's like actually a good bit. Yeah, dragons are fearsome beings. The yeah, the together that live in the in fear of its shadow. Yeah, that live in fear in its shadow. Like we're yeah. Like, 戦いにつけて言うなら、明日やす。Yeah, they learned that a exhausted, weakened dragon can easily be killed.
そこで、つながりし者たちと、つなぎ止め者は決意した。今こそ、黒木派の助言を受け入れ、神を呼び、その歯を借りて戦うことを。
Oh, wait a second. So then, the connected and the apart decided, together apparently, like now is the time to accept the advice of the black one, the dark ones. Call down God and borrow his, borrow his power to fight.
すべては、より大きくを育むための領地を得るため、グナース族をさらなる繁栄に導くため、しかし、だ。
To gain territory and to raise our children to lead the Gnas to prosperity. But
それで大切なクリスタルを雨あられと神に捧げてしまうのは勘弁ならん。なんと言っても我々噴火タレシ者は神嫌いなのだ。
いや、なんと言っても、嫌いのだ。OK。それで大切なクリスタルを雨あられを。Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it said. Okay, this one's kind of difficult, but it's yeah. Yeah, we had to give up our precious crystals, like flood the thing with our precious crystals, or this right, like this, we don't want to give up like literally all of our crystals, and no matter what we do, it seems like us the apart are despised by God. That one's hard. That one's hard. Or yeah, we hate him. Like you know, they're saying that the amount of crystal that is being requested of them is far too
時に
much.
協力しながら自由に生きていく。この素晴らしさを知らぬつながりし者たちはかわいそうだな。ししししし。
Yeah. Yeah, we cooperate, we can live freely. I feel sorry for the together who don't know how wonderful this is.
ししししし。我らは噴火垂れ死者。意志のささやき聞こえず、声を用いねば会話できん。故に我は最初の物語るものとなったのだ。
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is neat lore.
深手を追っていたとはいえドラゴン族を寄ってたかってなぶり殺しとはやるじゃないか。
See. Yeah. Yeah, he's still going on about it. Like, yeah, you know, good on him. Good on them for
グナース
really
族が
fucking up that
神
dragon.
殺しをしたの。
Yeah, okay, they're just trying to, you know, secure their territory. I like these guys.
私は番神の力に頼った身だ。神おろしが星の命を蝕むと知った上でな。
Okay,
必
this
要あ
one's
るであった
important.
と信じているし、
Uh,
罪を背負う覚悟もある。
This is an important one as well. So the thing is that the English just is wrong about this a lot, where they say, like, Hoshi. When they say Hoshi no inochi here, they don't mean the star. The Asians say, like, yes, you know, life on this star. Hoshi in this case just means planet. Hoshi in this case means planet, it means world. It's just incorrectly translated in the English. It's just wrong. That's not like a matter of taste or anything, it's just factually incorrect. And Izeru is saying here that she knows what the deal is with summoning idols. Right? Yeah, I've relied on the power of idols before, yeah, knowing that it would, yeah, steal the life or yeah, like, it's Mushibamu is like to, you know, something being like worm eaten. It's like, you know, knowing that it would erode the life of the land. Right? It's a very, very important term. Yeah. Yeah, I believe it to be a necessary evil, and I'm prepared to take responsibility for this sin.
だが、グナース族は領地を広げんと神を下ろしたという。彼らから罪を背負う覚悟が感じられないのは私が傲慢だからだろうか。
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, the Gana say they invoked this idol or god to, you know, just gain territory. I wonder if I'm being pretentious if I say that I don't feel the preparedness to bear the weight of their sins from them.
私の祖父、ルイゾワも第7零祭を防ぐため、カルテノーでエオルゼア12神の神おろしを試みている。だからイゼル、あなたの気持ちもわからないではない。
Ding. 12 have been mentioned. Yeah, my grandfather Druizel, also in order to attempt to protect Eorzea, he invoked the 12 to stop the 7 spiritual disasters, so I understand how you feel, Izel.
しかし、グナース族の望みは単純な領土欲だ。もしそれが本当だとすれば、あまりに無邪気に思える。やはり、彼らの番神を討伐しなければなるまい。
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is the way that this is bound and unbound. Yeah, you could do bound and unbound. That would work totally fine. I'm cool with either. Anything that is a direct, real, like, positive negative, right? They need to be two conflicting terms, right? Or they need to be like positive and negative of the same phrase. Bound, unbound, together, apart, right? Antonyms. Yeah, but, you know, the Ganas simply desire, you know, territory. You know, if that's true, it's far too simple-minded, right? It's, yeah, innocent, simple-minded. Like, this turn of phrase, mujaki is sort of the way that you would describe them, is, like, they're simple, and sort of like, you know, playful in a way. Right? They're just kind of like simple-minded little guys. They don't really realize what they're doing, which sort of like it mixes well with the concept that they're new to the idea of being individuals, right? It's like they haven't quite fully grasped the idea of individuality yet. They're new to this whole being alive thing, right? So that's sort of the tone that you should get from them, is like, kind of naive, like playfully naive. So, yeah, we ought to defeat this idol of theirs.
言うはやすしだな、アルフィノ。お前がグナース族の番神と戦うというのなら別だが、番神討伐となれば光の戦士に頼るほかあるまい？
お前らが言うのならだが。Yeah, easier said than done, Alphinaud. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to, you know... Yeah, unless you want to go and try and fight him yourself. But when you're talking about, you know, subjugating idols, what you mean is have the Warrior of Light do it, right?
返す言葉もない。私が番神討伐などと軽々しく言うのは、それこそ傲慢というものだ。
I don't have anything to say to that. Yeah, he's like, yeah, you're right. Right? He's telling him off because he's like, oh, what, you say we need to take down this idol? What, like, are you gonna go do it? No, what you mean is we need to have the Warrior of Light go do it. Right? Shouldn't just be throwing that around. Yeah, and... Yeah, I shouldn't be so arrogant in saying that we should just go, that we should go defeat this idol.
すまない、オレオ。
I'm sorry. Wow, look, he actually, like, fucking apologizes. Yeah, like, the whole bit here is that he's apologizing for offering your services up just as though it's, like, his to just throw out there, right? Yeah, I'll deal with it. I got this, don't worry.
いや、私がやろう。私とて超える力の持ち主なのだ。俺を手を貸してくれるか。
Yeah, and then Yzel says, no, I'll do it. Okay, this is important, this is important. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense in the English. Yeah, I'll do it. Like, I'm also transcendent. Yeah, Warrior of Light, please help me, if you could. Yeah, she's taking the lead on
さ
it.
すがは氷の巫女殿。ドラゴン族を助けるためなら危険も顧みないか。だがどうやって番神を戦いの場に引きずり出すつもりだ？
ん？ドラゴン族を助けるためなら、Yeah, it's like, yeah, the Ice Priestess throwing herself into the jaws of danger for the sake of the dragons. But how exactly do you plan on fighting this idol? Like, yeah, how do you plan on dragging it to somewhere where we can fight? We can't just
グナー
charge
ス
into
族
the
の番
hole.
組に近づくため、何かいい方法がないか、ここの住人たちに聞いてみよう。作戦を考えることくらい、私にも手伝わせてくれ。
Yeah, okay. Let's ask the Gnas here of if there's any way to get in close to their, like, to approach their idol. As if it's, please, let me help at least with formulating our strategy. This is sort of his deal. He's a good strategist.
ふん、坊ちゃんなりに必死さが出てきたじゃないか。
Yeah, it's like, yeah, he's starting to get a little panicked, huh? He's like kind of getting, flustered. Huh. Well, actually, no. Hishi in that case is maybe like, you know, he's got some determination to him. Yeah, no, never mind. It's the different Hishi.
神を呼び下ろしたというつながりし者たちに接近する。
Yeah, is there any way to get in close to these guys? I'm interested in what he has to say.
彼らの話し方は回りくどくて分かりにくいな。一体どのような信仰を持っているというのか。
Yeah, their way of talking is so, like, yeah, roundabout. Indirect. It's hard to understand. Yeah, what sort of face do they even have? Yeah, that's another way of
なん
describing
だ
it,
っ
is
て
like
自分た
roundabout.
ちの神であるはずの番神について、こいつらはここまで無知なんだ。
How on earth can these people know so little of their own god? Of their own, like, you know, idol here. How could they possibly be this ignorant? Apparently they don't know shit.
ししししし、気前のいい狩人たちよ。神に会えば、魂を取られてしまうのだぞ。魂を差し出そうとは、全く気前が良すぎるというものだ。
Oh, that's fun. I really like that. Yes, generous. Yes, generous hunter. If you meet God, he'll take your soul. It's very generous of you to, you know, offer up your soul. Very generous.
し、神に会いたいと？それなら、生贄にされるのが、手っ取り早い。生きては帰れぬだろうがな。し。
Yeah. Oh, you want to meet God? Well, I mean, then the quickest way would be to sacrifice yourself. No, you won't make it back alive, though.
俺たちは、若たれし者たち、つながりし者たちと違って、奴らの意志は聞こえない。だから、奴らの考えもわからない。し。
God, I like these guys. Yeah, unlike the bound, we unbound are, like, can't hear their thoughts, their wills. We have no idea what they're thinking. I don't know. Either works. Together, apart, bound, unbound.
し。お前たちが、とびきり気前のいい狩人か。だが、俺はまだ分け前をもらってはいないぞ。一つでいい。
I like these little guys, though. He's like, yeah, you're the most generous hunters we've ever seen, but, I mean, I haven't gotten my share yet, though. Like, could you know, can I have something? Like, just one thing?
妖体なんかの肉一つで手を打つぞ、狩人よ。リバーなんかを倒して。
Oh, he didn't get any.
そしたら、話を聞かせてやろう。話をな。
Yeah. Yeah, I'll if you give me like one piece of the Nanka meat, I'll tell you. No, just what? No, then I'll talk. he didn't get any. Oh no. They didn't share. Yeah, like, I'm not entirely sure how you would properly do it in English, but this should be, it should convey like a sort of like whimsy, right? Like they should be moderately whimsical and sort of childish almost. I like them. All of the various little beast tribes are really fun. I actually like them a lot.
どうやら彼らグナース族にはもともと個人名という概念がなかったらしい。人を真似て適当な名前を名乗っているようだ。
Yeah, apparently the Gnas don't have the they aren't used to the idea of names, like individual names, so they've sort of like imitated other they've imitated people and sort of picked out like random names. Yeah, all their names are kind of like Idaten. They're all just kind of like randomly slapped together.
おいおい、それのどこが信仰に関する情報なんだ？と言っても、こっちにも収穫はないんだが。
Like, okay, yeah, Alphinaud, what we're supposed to be, trying to figure out what they believe in. I mean, I say that, but I haven't figured out anything else either. Like, I ain't got shit either, man.
グナース族と話していると、なんだか頭が痛くなってくるな。
Talking with Gnas is giving me a bit of a headache. She's not a fan. Oh, they got rid of all of those jokes in English too. That's all really endearing.
求めているのは。
Yeah, here you go, buddy.
本当に気前のいい狩人だな。よし、話を聞かせてやろう。話をな。
話をな? Yeah, oh yeah, you really are incredibly generous. Alright. Then, listen to this.
いいか、つなぎ止め使者によって意志をつなげられたつながりし者たちは同じものを見、同じ思いを抱くのよ。
Yeah, it's like I don't know where this concept that the Japanese is dry comes from. This is not dry. This is fun. Like, the way that they're talking is really unique, and they're doing like little, like each of them have their own little quirks that are overemphasized a bit. Like this guy going, Hanasiona. Like, it's like they're trying too hard to be individual people, and that's coming across in the Japanese. I like it a lot. They're fun. But yeah, like, Yzael's there said, like, talking to these guys is giving me a headache. Right? My head hurts. And what she actually said is, what she said in the English was, for once, I'm in agreement with the Dragoon. Speaking with these beastmen is an exercise in frustration.
一人が見れば、100の同胞が見たも同じ。
Shit.
一人。
Fuck. I accidentally skipped through that. I was trying to
意志が
back
つな
out.
がっているのが当然だとすると、
I accidentally skipped through. Okay, I can fix this. I can fix this. Okay. Ah. Fuck. The problem is that if I, okay. Since it's constantly reading stuff and it's constantly putting things in the clipboard, if I want to get them back into Yomitan quickly, because I can't actually read the text that small. Okay. いいか。つなぎ止めし者によって意思をつによって意思をつなげられた. Yeah, wait a second. Do they even mention this in the one mind are enmeshed by the overmind? Wait, no. They go with overmind for the binder? Like if you went with bound and unbound, you would have this be binder. Right? you would have the bound and unbound and the binder. If you went with together and apart, you would have holder, right? Or gatherer. Right, you would go with, gatherer. You would go with the together, the apart, and the gatherer. Right? Bound, unbound, and binder. One of those series of things, right? One mind, non-mind, overmind doesn't actually convey what's being said. It gives you like a weird... It gives you a weird concept here that isn't really being implied. I think they just kind of went with like, oh, it's a hive mind and stopped thinking. Like, the localizers just saw these guys and went, oh, it's a hive mind, we'll just take it from here. So. Yeah, so, let's go with gatherer then. Right, so the together are, like, by the will of the gatherer, the together are bound. And, yeah, the together see, feel, and think the same. Okay. 一人が見れば、百の同胞、見たも同じ。Yeah, if one sees, then, you know, 100 of the others see, right? If one is afraid, then 1,000 are afraid. 見つからずに、もっと。無理というものに。Yeah. So, I like this. I really like this a lot, actually. This is one of the more. I think this might be this is my second favorite of the beast tribes next to the Amalja. Yeah, so... Oh, okay, no, I was reversing the thing a little bit there. It's, like, if you're seen by one, it's the same as being seen by 100. If like, you know, if one is afraid, then it's like 1,000 being afraid, you're not going to be able to get close to the god, right? Like, if you get discovered by any of them, they'll all know. Yeah, if their natural state of being is togetherness, then it's no wonder that it's difficult for them to speak when separate. Right? You know, in their original culture, they don't need to speak at all.
考えていることが仲間に筒抜けとはな。全くゾッとするぜ。
God. 全くゾッとするぜ。This is a great one. He's like, like, the thought of my you know, like, my inner thoughts being, like, overheard by my friends. Absolutely horrifying. Or yeah, like, one's inner thoughts leaking to their friends and allies. Absolutely terrifying. Oh my god. I do not envy the ant-men their bond. Were every man's mind made to know his neighbor, Ishgard would not last a bell. I'm sorry, did Istinian in the English seriously say, oi, it's 3 bong? Are you fucking kidding me? He didn't say hour, he said bell? Are you fucking kidding me? Look at the way he talks in the Japanese. God. I'm going... I need to close it. 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 I can't. It's poison. It's poison. It's poison.
彼らの話しぶりでは
Wake up.
いまいち要領を得ないが、少し分かってきたことがある。
I'm not quite getting, what they... I don't really understand the way that they talk yet, but kinda starting to get it.
どうやら、グナース族は、つなぎ止め者という王のような存在を中心に、言葉によらず、意思の疎通を図ることができるようだ。
Yeah, it seems like the Ganass are able to communicate with each other without words, you know, thanks to a king-alike being known as the Gatherer.
それが、コロニーに住む多数派のつながりし者たちであり、彼らの総意に基づいて神下ろしが行われた。
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the majority of those who inhabit the colony are the connected ones, and based on the collective, on their collective consensus, a idol was invoked.
だが、ここに住む若たれし者たちは何らかの事情で意志をつなげることができないようだ。
Oh, they have the snake people in Stormblood drag out the S's? Ugh. However, yeah, the divided, or the apart here, for some reason or another, are unable to connect their wills, like their minds, with each other. And as such, they don't understand the thoughts of the together.
なるほどな。こいつらが自分たちの神であるはずの番組について意外なほどに無知なのはそのためか。
Yeah, so I see. So the reason why these guys are so surprisingly ignorant about their own idol is, yeah, because they have, yeah, or that's why they're so ignorant of their own idol.
しかし、こうも言っていたぞ。領地を侵して捕らえられれば、必ずや生贄として神に差し出されることになるとな。
However, they did say this, that if we're caught within their territory, we'll be sacrificed up to the god. Or, yeah, sacrificed to God. Like, so we don't want to get caught. Yeah, actually, my power is finally staying on for more than 3 hours at a time. It's great.
なるほどな。こいつらがグナース族の番神と戦う方法、あえてグナース族の領地を侵犯し、生贄として番神の前に引きずり出されるのを待つ危険な賭けになるな。
Okay. Okay, yeah, so he's saying, like, one option that we would have is to purposefully, invade the Ganass territory, be captured, and, you know, like, be offered up to their idol as a sacrifice. Which is, a very dangerous bet. Like, a very dangerous gamble. Yo, what up?
私は依存ない。オレオも無茶は慣れたものだろう。
無茶は慣れたもの。Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have no objections. Like, you know, the Warrior of Light is used to doing unreasonable things, right?
今でも覚えているぞ。芝召喚を止めようと乗り込んできた日のことをすまないが、私の無茶にも付き合ってくれ。
Yeah, I still remember how you, yeah, you know, you like, threw yourself into the... Yeah, you just, like, went across the Aetheryte to stop me from summoning Shiva. I did see the thing there. Hello. Hello there, Raylan. Nice to have you on board. Yeah, sorry, but, like, how about you, you join me on this one? I think this is gonna be dangerous.
悪い
Let's
な
go.
俺を竜の目の力とて番紙の祝福の前には役に立たない、足手まといにならぬようアルフィノと帰りを待たせてもらう。
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. But, even with the dragon's eye, there's nothing I can do about an idol's blessing. Yeah, okay. He's just gonna hang out with Alphinaud and make sure he doesn't slow us down or anything.
よし、グナースの塚に赴き、万兵に接触しよう。戦いとなれば、適度に暴れつつ、頃合いを見計らって投降して、旅衆となるぞ。
Okay. Alright then. So let's go to the Gnas Mound and speak with the guards. Yeah, get in contact with them. If it comes to a fight, we, you know, go on a bit of a rampage. Like a moderate rampage. Yeah, we put up a bit of a struggle. Surrender when the time's right, and become prisoners. That's the strategy.
エスティニアン殿の言葉で自分の傲慢さを思い知らされた。いつの間にか君に頼ることが当たり前になっていたんだな。俺を無事の帰りを待っているよ。
Yeah, okay, that's really nice. Yeah, it's like... And now he's calling him Estinian Dono. Like, he's putting a term of respect in front of it because now he's saying, you know, that Estinian really, like, woke him up there. Yeah, what Estinian said really, made me recognize my arrogance. You know, before I knew it, I just came to assume that, you know, like, relying on you is just... Basically saying, like, I was I took you for granted.
悪いな、俺を竜の目。
Yeah. That's actually quite nice. Because Stinian was saying, like, hey, you say, who is this we that's gonna be taking out this Vanshin, this idol? Because from the looks of things, you can't do shit about that, dude. I'm really liking Japanese Estinian because he's one of the... It would be a lot different if this was constant, if every character was like a little jokester, constantly doing quips and shit. But... like... having just one dude who's being just a sassy bitch is pretty great.
ししししし、ここは我らグナースの地。それを知っての狼藉か。集え、集え、同胞たちよ。
狼藉か。Yeah, yeah, like, yeah, this is this is Gnas land. You know, and you know this and are an open violation of it. Yeah. Wait, why is he talking though? Like, I guess he's talking to us. But yeah, he's just calling out for the his brethren to gather. But I thought they. I guess that's just kind of a thing that they gotta do for the plot to happen. You kind of need to have them talk to you. But there's no reason for them to call out to their, you know, to the other Gnas, right? They would just do it telepathically. I guess he's being very nice and warning us there's a bunch of them showing up. And by a bunch,
さ
I
す
mean
がだな。
4.
ああも簡単に蹴散らしてしまうとは。よし、このまま内部に侵入し、適度に暴れるぞ。後ほど奥で合流するとしよう。
Oh, wait, okay, this is great. This is, like, very different than how she normally talks. This is pretty great, actually. And he's saying, like, yeah, that's what I'm... Nice. Alright. Let's keep it up. Go in a bit further. You know, cause some trouble, and then I'll meet you once we get captured. She also switched up her tone to be a lot more, like, fun. Kinda, almost seems like she's having fun with it. With this whole strat that we're doing here. Oh god. I did sort of aggro all of them. Oh no. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, I remember this being a pain in the ass when I was actually appropriately leveled for it. Oh no, anyway. Yeah, it don't matter. I was just kind of bored of doing Picto for everything. And it is actually called Pictomancer in the Japanese as well. It's Pictomancer, which just sounds real dumb.
ふふふ、なかなかの侵入者ぶりだな。これで連中の目を引きつけられたはずだ。
Yeah, she's having fun with it. Like, like, how'd that look? Like, we look like real invaders, huh? Alright, that should have caught their attention.
さあ、いよいよだ。グナース族に捕まれば、その後は出たとこ勝負になる。覚悟が決まったら声をかけてくれ。
Yeah, okay. When the, just imagine someone from Ishgard watching Gazelles and Sidion's wacky adventure. Yeah, this is like surprisingly lighthearted. Yeah, okay, so when the Gnas catch you, that's when it's do or die. Right? When you're ready, let me know. Oh, I'm really interested in how this guy talks.
ふふふ、
That's gonna be
いい
really
目つきをする。よし、準備はいいな。
Yeah, she's having fun with it now. She's like, that's a nice expression you got there. Like, I like that look in your eyes. All right, you ready? Yeah, she's like, now that she's away from Astidian, just doing like a fun little adventure with the Warrior of Light. She's being like fun. I'm saying fun a lot, but it's just like, yay, haha.
そろそろ頃合いか。次に囲まれたら投降するぞ。
All right, it's time. When they surround us, we surrender. Look at these guys go. Look at these little guys. Ah.
グナースの地を侵す者たちめ、降伏せよ、降伏せよ。
Yeah, invaders of land of Gnas, yield, yield. We surrender.
くそ、ここまでか。グナース族の兵たちよ、我らは投降しよう。お前たちの神の前に引きずり出すがいい。その審判を仰ぐ覚悟はできてる。
So, you maybe shouldn't just explicitly, blatantly say what we're doing here, but yes, it's like, damn, this is as far as we go, huh? Soldiers, like, Gnas soldiers, we surrender. Like, you know, you may take us before your god. I've prepared myself to await their judgment. Their divine judgment. Ah. Look at him go. God, I love these little guys, actually. It is sort of like we're dealing with children. They're just like little dumbasses. They're not
あ
too
とは
bright.
グナース族の神の前に引き出させるのを待つばかり。神下ろしをするとなれば、奴らも準備を整えているはず。であれば、私にも勝機はあるさ。
Yeah, okay, now all we have to do is wait for them to bring us before their god. Yeah, if they've invoked it, they must have, you know, already prepared for it. And yeah, if he's invoked, then we have a chance to win.
後ろの谷底に川が流れていたな。反響する川の音に紛れれば、外に出ることができるかもしれん。
すみません。ん? Okay, yeah, there's a river running through the valley behind us. If we can, yeah, like blend this in with the echoing river sounds, maybe we can make it out. So I guess they're saying, like, you know, we time whatever we're doing for the fight with the sound of the
ま
river.
だ準備が整っていないのであれば、私がおとりとして残ろう。グナース族に気づかれぬよう戻ってこいよ。
Huh? We'll stay behind as a decoy for that, since we haven't quite made their full preparations, huh? Okay, so, huh? I guess this is just their justification for why you can do this as a... I guess this is just their justification for why you can do it as a, you know, a trial or whatever
想
they're
定
called.
通りに進んでいるな。あとは、グナース族の神の前に引き出させるのを待つばかり。
Okay. But... Okay. That one I just kind of don't understand what she meant in terms of, like, what the plan is. I'll fully cop to that. I don't really get what
ここまで
the
のところ
plan is.
は思惑通り。
思惑通り. Yeah. So far, everything's gone according to plan. Or are we actually going to get to hear one of these little guys talk? Oh no, because they don't talk. God damn it! I wanted to hear one of them talk. Oh no, no, is he?
大いなるグナースの群れは未来切り開く者に呼びかける。
Whoa, yo! 切り開く。未来切り開く。Yo! That's a sick ass name! Yeah, the great Vinas swarm. Mirai Kiri. Kirihiraku. Like the one who like carves the past to the future, right? Like we call upon the one who carves the path to the future or something. God, that's such a... this is one where I know exactly what they mean. I know exactly what they mean. It's such a cool turn of phrase, and I have no idea how you would say this in English at all. Oh God, what do we do with that? What do we do? I don't know.
武を誇りし群れを導く神武神ラーバナ
Oh, I love this. Holy shit, that's sick. Yeah, brave one, like proud blade master. Like leader of the swarm. Right? Fucking Mayoriru. This is like it's not like God of War. It is like God of warriors, right? Of fighters, of like, you know, military, of like martial arts. Like there's a technique implied behind it. But he's saying, yeah, like, yeah, the holy warrior Ravana, like, come now and descend, like descend upon them, like, you know, swoop down. It's sick. Nothing seems to be happening. Oh no. Oh no, here it comes. Sword Saint? It's not really Sword Saint because it's specifically like a god, right? But it's that sort of like this is just another one where you need to have like a team that you would actually work with that would come up with a cool term for, like, you know, a it's not like God of War. Well, it's not God of War because he's not the God of war. He's the God of, like, of martial technique, of you know, it's different, right? It's like the difference between just calling somebody like a monk and a warrior monk, right, or something. Yeah, here he comes. Divinity of the Blades. There's definitely there's a cool phrase that you would do for it, but, like, see, it's the swords show up first. Right, that's the point, is that it's supposed to be like, you know, what he's the master of is this. It's not of war, it's of, like, the pure concept of prowess. Which is kind of fucking tight. This is probably one of my favorite designs. I really like this guy. Look at him fucking go. I'm real interested in how this dude talks. Oh, he's pissed. Yeah, like, yeah, you swarm. Why have you called me? Swordplay? You could maybe go with swordplay. But, like, Bushin is like a, it is like sword god. You go with God of Blades, like Blade God, or God of Blades, or something along those lines. Yeah. Like, yeah, oh, shining God of Blades. We've captured these intruders. And, like, inquire on their punishment. The other one a little nodding there. Yes. Oh, like men, children of man, or humans in Gnas land. Gnas land.
Gnas no kami, Ravana yo. 我らにグナースの領土を脅かすつもりはない。
Yeah. Oh, yeah, god of the Ganas, Ravana. We have no intention of... Still in katakana is very nice. Yeah, it is, it's interesting. Every time they put stuff in katakana, it puts a little, like, neat emphasis on stuff. Yeah, we have no intention of threatening your lands.
ただなぜ竜と戦うのかそれを御神に問うため訪れたのだ
All we have come is to ask why you, Mikami. Oh, wow, she's referring to him as Mikami. Like, that's an honorific term for this god. For a god, right? Yeah, all we have come to ask your... You could even go with, like, your holiness, potentially. Is... why you fight the dragons.
これは奇妙なこともあったものよな。人がグナースの戦いに口を挟もうとは。
そうだ。Yeah, what a bizarre thing to have happened. What an odd thing to happen. To think that like humans would interfere in the fight of the Ganas. Wait a second. Huh? Wait a minute. Ganas no tatakai ni kuchi o... Hasamu wa... Wait a second. Hold up. Kuchi o hasamu. I think I might just be being stupid here. Kuchi o hasamu. I need to look up this phrase. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, to think that you would, like, interrupt, right? Disturb. It's just interrupt or disturb. Yeah, I've heard that the humans also fight against the dragons. So then, have you come seeking an alliance? No.
いいや違う我らは竜と人との争いを止めようとする者故にグナースと竜との戦いも望んでいない
No. That's incorrect. We wish to put an end to the fight between man and the dragons. As such, we do not wish for conflict between the Ganas and the dragons as well.
グナースはこれまで静かに暮らしてきたはずだなぜ今になって御神を呼び出してまで戦うのか
Yeah, the Ganas have lived in peace up until now, right? You have lived peacefully up until this point. So why then now have they summoned you to fight? Yeah, okay. Yeah. What foolishness. Conflict is simply a fact of life. Yeah. The Ganas have in the shadow of the war between man and dragon, The Gnas have waited and honed themselves and sharpened their blades. Yeah, have like long endured sharpening their blades in the shadows.
容赦が傷ついた今こそが千載一遇の好機なり。我はグナースらが恐れなく生きるためドラゴンを切る。その願いによって生まれた武の神だ。
Okay, 武の神だ。You could. Oh wait, no. Oh no! I was wrong as shit. This boo is gonna be bravery then. This is gonna be like valor or bravery. Probably, is what they mean. Considering the context here, it could have gone a bunch of different ways. Right? Like, I think that this is supposed to be like bravery, right? So now that both are wounded, right? Yeah. Now that both sides are wounded from their 1,000 years of foolish conflict. Right? This is our opportunity to strike. Yeah, it's bravery. Yeah. Give me a second. This is a cool one. Basically, it's in order to fight and to live without fear. Right? They've summoned me, the god of valor. Right, the concept here that's important is fear. Right, their wish was to no longer have to live in fear, live in shadows, and so they've brought a hero, right? Like a brave hero to embolden them. Which is also why I would assume that when they become tempered, they push out bravely and fight bravely. Right, without fear. That's the bit. That's the bit they're going for. That's cool. Yeah, they're going... Yeah, it's that this boo can be a lot of different things. Wasn't the English version that the Noth wanted to fight the dragons because their leftover food kept landing on top of them or something? I don't fucking know. I mean... Probably some stupid bullshit like that, I guess. I wouldn't be surprised. But... Yeah, so the thing that's important about that one, I'm fairly certain it's because this boo can be military prowess, it can be valor, it can be the sword. Right? And so they're doing like a double meaning here, right? Like, so then like, you know, then we will speak with the blade, with force, right? So then, Bushin here could mean like god of valor. Potentially. I would need to like, you need to like talk to somebody about which Bushin they actually mean, but this could be like bravery, which would make more sense considering what the Kanath were saying there, of that their desire was to live without fear. But yeah, then like god of valor, Ravana, come, you know, fight.
我らが勝利したならばドラバニアの竜に対する狼藉をやめよ。
Yeah, and were we to win, like, yeah, if we win, put an end to like this revolt against the dragons, or the like this violence against the dragons. So, like, with him being like a god of valor, of bravery, he would then respect this.
人にもまたかように豪気な者がおったか。
Yeah, thick, 豪気なものがおったか。Like, yeah, like to think there were humans with this sort of resolve, valor. Right? He's into it. Yeah, so I'm pretty damn sure it's supposed to be like god of valor, bravery. And that's also probably why he kind of looks the way that he does. Like, he's supposed to be their hero.
面白い。この武神ラーバナ、お主らの挑戦を受けてたと。
挑戦を受けたと。God, wait, this is sick. Wait, that's actually fucking cool as hell. It's like, haha, interesting. Then I, like, god of valor, Ravana, accept your challenge.
しかして、我が勝利した暁には、お主らの魂を奪い、我がつわものとする。依存あるまいな。
つわもの。Yeah, nah, I'd win. Yeah, well, yeah, like, the thing here that they're saying is, like, you know, they've had to live in fear, hiding in the shadows of this 1,000-year war, but then they were emboldened by taking down a dragon, and so now they got information from the Asians of, like, hey, if you don't want to live in fear anymore, here's what you do. Right? However, should I win... Yeah, I shall take your souls, and you shall serve as my warriors. Do you have any objections? Like, he's arguing terms. Yeah. Sick. Yeah, so it's supposed to be bravery. I'm pretty damn sure it's supposed to be bravery.
ならば私から参る。
私から参る. Yeah, it's like understood. Well then, let's begin. Yeah, I'll begin. Hell yeah. Oh, wait, why are you? Oh, she's gonna yoink the crystals. Ah, she's yoinking crystals. Go in Shiva mode. Sick. Sick ass Final Fantasy magical girl transformation. Fucking rad. Also really important. Yeah, Shiva install. Really fucking important is that when the Asians learned about this thing that they did, Nanto! Yeah, this is kind of important. This is kind of really important. So, when this first happened, the Asians had a thing that just didn't get translated at all, like literally just wasn't even mentioned, which is, the Asians said like, hey, a transcendent had themselves possessed by a god, right? And then they said, perhaps this is, you know, like, with this, like, you know, we can fulfill Lord Zodiark's will. Or commandment. And so I went, oh shit, so they're gonna get somebody to like, you know, get possessed by Zodiark and act as some sort of catalyst, right? That's cool. I'm excited for that to happen. Apparently that's also a thing that nobody learns about until like 3 expansions after now. Because they just didn't translate it. Which is cool. They more or less, like, they don't explicitly say, like, we're gonna do that, but it's pretty heavily hinted, like, we're thinking of doing that. Like, we're thinking of having somebody get possessed by, like, Zodiark in order to allow Zodiark to directly affect the world. That got mentioned. Yeah, that got mentioned, like, the second that Shiva gets... The second Shiva shows up. Foreshadowing. And yeah. He's like, what's this? You've called down a god into your human form. Cool. Yeah, you wouldn't back out of the agreement here. You wouldn't ask for an alteration of terms, would you? God of valor, Ravana. Yeah, he's like, what, you gonna be like a bitch now? You gonna be like a little baby about it? God sick. Nigonnashi. Oh, sick. Wait, I fucking love this dude. Nigonnashi. Yeah, like, yeah, the god of bravery would never back out of a deal, right? Would never go back on his word. Let's begin. Sick. I'm pretty sure she just gets rolled, though. Ooh. Teleports behind you, nothing personnel, kid. I'm just kinda... And, yeah, also it being, like, Valor. It makes sense why we're going one at a time here, right? Like, we're following the rules. This is about, like, courage, bravery, standing up in the face of fear. I made the same mistake that the original translators did, which was thinking that it was referring to a god of the sword. But it's both. They're going with a double meaning. But considering that they talked about so extensively about, you know, the Kanath no longer want to live in fear, it's pretty clear that he's supposed to be the, you know, god of valor. Fucking rolled. God, Yzil's such a jobber. Oh shit, maybe. I don't remember any of this shit. She definitely weakened him. Yeah, this is as far as I go. Like, there weren't enough crystals. Ooh. God, I love this dude. Yeah, even those possessing the power of a god, right? Humans can only go so far. Or, oh god, it's like, there's a way to make this more natural sounding, right? Like, you know, you could just go with the kind of boring one of, like, even humans with the powers of gods remain yet human. Or something, but that's kind of lame. But it's that sort of thing. Now then. How about you? Let's fucking go, bro.
ってくるがいい。
Yeah, I like this guy. He's like, yeah, fighting to the bitter end. Yeah, that's how you should be. Come at me. Oh, he's just gonna very slowly turn around and go to the fight arena. He did say, come at me, and then leave. Very slowly rotate around and leave. That's fucking sick, though. I should probably swap to Picto, though. To actually fight a boss. Yasetto. Pictomancer. Yay.
はあ、はあ、はあ、よもや、あれほどとは、無様なところを見せたな、すまない、あとは頼んだ。
Yeah. Like, yeah, she's just apologizing for putting on such a bad display. I'll leave the rest to you. Even when you have the powers of a god, you're still a mere mortal. The thing is, I don't really like mortal for shito. I think you could say mere human, mere something like that, but the key problem comes in is that saying shito, saying hito, shito, in Japanese, encompasses all of the different potential, like, races, right? That encompasses Elizin, Lalafell, etc. But you can't really say, like, yeah, even when you held the powers of God, you're still a mere person, right? In English, when we would use shito the same way that, like, Japanese uses shito, we would say human. Right? There's not really an equivalent word. Because mortal isn't really right. Mortal implies, like, a you know, mortality, immortality thing that doesn't really work. Oh, wait, shit. I don't actually want to... I need to desync. Kiss, that's a hard one. Like, that is genuinely, that's a hard one. I can't really confidently say I know all of the answers for that, but it's like, you know, you just have to do the best that you can and try and actually... Yeah, okay. Yeah, the English have said, be thou god or maid, thou art nothing to me. And what of thee, mortal? Art thou warrior or craven? What? No, they just, okay. Yeah, I was just curious what they were going with. Unless we just consider all of the races as humanity, which, I mean, they are. Like, they are. That's what they're going with, is that all of the races are human, in the sense of man, right? Because that's been a thing that's been happening a lot in the story, is that they say that, you know, humanity has taken land from the barbarians, the Banzoku, right? They've put that as different. There's clearly two different classes of life, which is humanity, which encompasses all of the, like, player races and stuff, and then there's, like, Banzoku, which is different. And considering the greater plot of the game, that, you know, it makes sense. And so I don't think you would want to go with mortal, because that loses the connotation of what it means to be, like, human within the actual setting. The problem is that English does not have an equivalent word for what hito actually means. So it's hard. And I'm not going to claim that I would have a perfect answer, just that I don't really like going with mortal. Right? It's definitely a case where I don't have the exact right answer, but I don't think that that's... I'm pretty confident in calling one out as a wrong answer. Or at least suboptimal. It's fine, I guess, but I really don't like it. I feel like you could do better. Yeah, we'd have to maybe whip out the dictionary, probably. Yeah. You know, something along those lines. But, like, considering the greater meta story, which is far more apparent in Japanese, right, there is this concept of, especially the phrase "hitotaru mono" from the Asians has never been translated. Every time it's shown up, when the Asians have said it, they've just not translated any of those lines in English. They've just flat out not translated them. They've just ignored their existence. And so the sheer existence of the phrase "hitotaru mono" means that you really kind of have to go with some form of humanity. Oh wow, this guy is actually holding up quite well. He's definitely not getting rolled anywhere near as hard as I was expecting him. Okay, he's got rolled. English is a pretty rich language. I know, yeah, but it's the problem with it though, Zandamar, is oh! Koeru! Koeru! It's right there! Koeru. Like transcendence. Like someone who has transcended or surpassed my blades. A human, right? So, the reason why I'm not huge on using some sort of really obscure word is that everybody who is playing the game in Japanese would understand what they mean when they say hito, when they say person, right? Everybody who is playing the game in Japanese will know exactly what that means instantly. If you use some sort of weird obscure term in English, people are not going to know what it means immediately. And then you've created a disconnect, which is not what you want to do when you're localizing, which is the exact opposite of what the official translation does at all turns, is all they do is create differences and disconnects and all of that shit, so you want to avoid that. Yeah, it's like the broom in Ishgard, which is just... Yeah, it's like, you know... Yeah, broom means fog, and the Japanese version is like, you know, like cloud cover district. Right, but since that's what the localization does, that's what I want to avoid. That's why I think this localization is bad, is because they introduce these sort of... Well, actually, more than what... Even that, like, even if you were attempting to do... Even just attempting to convey the same information but using a weird word, isn't even what this localization does. They convey different information using a weird word, and they often use it just wrong. So... Even using, like, a weird word for human would still be better than just not translating hitotaru mono. But considering that it's such a key phrase from the Asians of true humanity or completed humanity, like whole life, really hitotaru mono specifically means like that which is qualified to be considered human, that which is sufficiently human as to be able to be considered human. It's a very esoteric phrase. And they just don't translate it. Yeah, but the problem is that mortal... Yeah, it says pertaining to people who are mortal, which would also include, if you say mortal, then that's also including all of the banzoku under the mortal, whereas often when hito is being used in the actual script, it's referring to specifically humanity, as opposed to other beings that are still mortal, but not humanity. If that makes sense, right? Like, it's being used very, very specifically in the Japanese. And so I don't like taking a specific term and replacing it with a generalist term. Because doing that is how you, like, changing shit like that is how you end up in situations like you've got the echo now, instead of transcendence, and then all of the subtext nuance of transcendence is lost. Alternatively, we make up a term for the races in the game. That is a legitimate option. That is actually a completely legitimate option. If you established a term that encompassed all of the races in the game in English and then used that would work fine. If you were going to do that, you could do that. Ideally, it would be one that isn't stupid. Right? Like, if you really just set it up as humanity, right? If you just set it up as humanity or something close, and then you could use that, that would work. Ooh. Yeah, so like, you know, that's the... Like, it's amazing to see the warrior of light fight. You know, you're always, you know, like a few steps ahead of me. Or like, you know, you're always leagues beyond me. Men, yeah, well, as medicine, I really don't like using a really fucked up weird term, right? Doesn't, like, the Elder Scrolls has a term for humanity, right? Like, for all of the races in general. Mer? Yeah, like men and mer. Yeah, like, it's similar. It's similar, right? Honestly, you could just use man. Like, mankind. You really could. But, yeah, you're always, like, you know, several leagues ahead of me. You know, as the... And here's, like, someone who's entrusted with hope. Like, you know, it's like, you are people's hope. People believe in you and rely on you and hope for your success and everything.
武神ラーバナは義を通す万神に思えた。これでしばらくはむやみに戦を仕掛けるようなことはあるまい。
Yeah.
さあ、微増グニルの元に戻ろう。
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the god of bravery, Ravana, seems like a just god, or a honorable idol. Like, yeah, with this we yeah, it seems like he with this he won't start any wars or any, like, yeah, reckless conflicts. Yeah, now let's return.
やってくれるではないか、光の使徒め。しかし、恐れと怒りの感情が存在する限り、神を呼ぶ声が静まることなどないと知れ。
So the honor thing there was the honor element there was Gyo Taosu. Like, he's got a code, right? He lives up to his word, right? Like, Shikari no shito. Osore to ikari no kanshou. Yeah. Yeah, well done, disciple of light. However, so long as fear and anger exist, yeah, gods will be summoned. Yeah, the summoning of gods will not cease.
神との争いきたれり。貴様らにはさらなる混沌が訪れるだろう。
Yeah, a battle between gods is at hand. Yeah, and yet further chaos awaits. This is actually the first Asian scene? Wait, what? That they translated accurately? Oh shit. Well, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. There wasn't really anything in here for them to fuck up. None of that was really actually... That was the first ASEAN cutscene that didn't really have anything important, actually. I was looking at that and I was like, huh. There's not really anything interesting in there. Like, this is the first time an ASEAN has talked and nothing of particular interest has been conveyed. I was actually just about to bring it up and being like, huh. They didn't really say anything. That's a first.
Yeah,
like, I'm sorry you had to see me fail like that, but, you know, the warrior of light always comes through, huh? Yeah, let's go back. Build the promise. When you translate a game, you want your headcanon to win. It's... Honestly, the thing is that so much of it is just... You know, I can point to so many of the... I'm just surprised they didn't turn it into a singular 5-word sentence. Yeah. Really, it is just, I think that there really wasn't much to that one. Right? Like, that's the first ASEAN scene that I've seen that didn't really have any substance to it. It was just kind of like, ha ha ha. Just you wait. Normally they spout off of some, like, super esoteric nonsense. Basically immediately. Right? You know, like, what's his face? What was the guy with the sideburns? The one who, kidnaps Minfilia, right? Where he busts into the Waking Sands, House of Sand, Nabrialis, right? He busts into the House of Sand, teleports by Minfilia, and is like, oh yeah, you know, now that the Warrior of Light had their, like, lost the Blessing of Light, I can just waltz right in. You know, normally, the only ones who could, like, get past the Warrior of Light's blessing, or, like, the barrier that's up here, were the originals. They refer to them as originaru. You know, like Elidibus and La Habrea, he refers to them as originals. He says, for reincarnators, or like the reborn, such as myself, I could never do something like this before. That whole line is not present in the English. Just entirely gone. The whole concept of him signifying that there is such a thing as original ASEANs, and then reincarnated ASEANs, or reforged. They just call them Unsundered? Yeah, but they start calling them Unsundered like 2 expansions from now. The cutscene I'm talking about was in ARR. And so, that showed up in the English, and I'm like, oh shit, there's like original ASEANs? Versus, you know, like reincarnated ones, so it's like, oh shit, so there were like ASEANs who never had their like souls split apart. Crazy. Because that's also a concept that's already shown up. Yeah, basically all of Endwalker and Shadowbringers, which I haven't even played, is foreshadowed properly in ARR. Just nobody ever got to see it. Due to the super great flavorful translation that cut out all of the important shit. Yay. I love it. Yeah, like, the fact that they refer to La Habrea and what's his face? The white cloak guy. As originals. Literally just saying originals, right? That tells you so much. Oh yeah, like, so the thing about that, Xenomar, is it's kind of like why I want to make a video about it now before I've actually played Shadowbringers, because it's kind of more convincing for it to be like, you know, for me to be just making speculation based on just the information that's presented to me and correctly figuring out the foreshadowing, right? Like, just based on the concept of shitotaru mono, of, like, true humanity, qualified humanity, I went, oh, wait a second, so that means that we're not currently fully human. Oh, and then that means, right, like, if they say, like, we need to turn them into true or fulfilled, completed humans, then that's saying that we're currently incomplete humans. And then if you take a step from there, you can actually start understanding the setup that they actually go with for the story. And that's really cool. It's really well written. I love that esoteric bullshit. But when they just don't translate it at all, they don't even translate it wrong. They just don't translate it. Yeah, we need to hasten their path towards becoming that which can be called human. Right? Like, that's a line, that's an explicit line from one of the Asians. We need to hasten their path towards becoming that which can be called human. From that alone, you would be able to act, like, once even if that was the only thing, once people, like, saw what happens in Heavensward or in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, which I still don't even know, they would be able to point back to that and go, oh shit, that's what he meant. That line, we need to hasten their path towards becoming that which can be called human, in the English that was replaced with greater haste may be necessary. They just don't explain for what. They just say greater haste may be necessary. They just cut out the entire thing about what they're saying they need to accelerate. Yeah. You made it back. Wow. Great.
グナース族の番組、ラーバナか。誇り高き部の神であれば、君たちと交わした不可侵の約束を一方的に破ることはなさそうだな。
Yeah, it's like, the idol of the Gnas Ravana, the, like, proud god of valor, bravery, is, yeah, unlikely to break the promise that he's made to you.
ああ、私もそう思っている。
Yeah, I believe so as well.
それもこれも、策に溺れた私を救ってくれたオレオのおかげだ。感謝しているぞ。
Yeah, it's all thanks to the Warrior of Light for saving me and my you know, like, when I got in over my head. Honestly, like, for me, I would be very relieved if it was just Koji Fox that was the issue here. But it's just the entire translation team, right? Like, all of these ASEAN scenes and stuff have had shit in quotes, like in brackets, named concepts, proper nouns, right? Shitotaru mono. They even say that Heidelin is attempting to turn people into, like, inhuman entities, right? Things that are no longer human, right? That they believe that that's Heidelin's goal, is to turn people into things that are no longer capable of being considered human. Their goal is to return people to that which is, like, capable of being considered human, that which can be considered human. Right? Like, those two phrases in Japanese are not translated into English at all. They didn't come up with terms for them. They just don't translate those lines. It's ridiculous. It's like the main story. It's the main fucking story, and they just don't translate it. But yeah, it's all thanks to the Warrior of Light for saving me when I got in over my head. Thank you.
しかし、お前たちがあまりに遅いもので、こちらのアルフィノ坊ちゃんは気が気じゃない様子だったと。まだかと、哀れなほどの動揺ぶりでな。
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's great. It's like, but yeah, you guys took so long that you know, little Alphinaud here was just beside himself with worry. Right? Like he was just like, you know, he was just like completely ridiculously anxious. It's like, you know, are they back yet? Are they back yet? Look up. It's just like it was honestly like sad to see.
え、エスティニアン殿。
Ascidian? Sir Ascidian? Wait, what? Come on, man.
本当のことだろうが。
He's like, come on, man, but it's true, though. His excuse is, but I'm right, though. And then he
ともかくグナース族の番組は倒せ
That's
たので、
great.
リゾーブニルに報告しなけ
He
れば。
looks away, he's like, so anyway. Yeah, the idol of the Gnas was defeated, right? Yeah, I'll report back to, Visolfur-Niru.
我々の目的は、あくまでも、清流、フレースベルグとの対話、そして、邪竜、ニーズヘッグの再攻撃を阻止すること。ぐずぐずしてはいられない。先を急ぐぞ。
He's like totally rattled from Astidian talking shit. Like, the deadline thing, though, imagine how much easier the deadline would have been if they had spent their time on actually translating what's, you know, present in the script instead of making up dumb bullshit. They could have really used their time a whole lot better. It takes longer to make up garbage than it does to just, like, I would rather the translation be bad. Like, just low quality with mistakes, rather than deliberately misleading. Yeah, our only objective is to engage in talks with the Holy Dragon Frostvelker. And to stop Nidhogg from attacking again. We don't have time to waste. Sitting around like this, let's go.
趣味が悪いぞ、エスティニアン。ねえ若い者をあまりいじめてやるものではない。アルフィノは根が真面目なのだ。
Oh. 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 Oh no. Oh. He's like, yeah, it's a pretty, like, mean hobby you got there. Astidian. You really shouldn't, you know, bully kids too, like that, you know? Alphinaud is a very, you know, gentle, honest kid, right? He's gentle, he's nice, he's honest. Or, like, serious, right? Diligent. You shouldn't bully him. And he, look at him look at him off to the side, just standing there looking down. This is the first time that they've actually, like, this is one of the first times that, you know, people have kind of treated him like a kid. And it's actually, like, it's funny because it's so unusual. But they're like, come on, you shouldn't be mean to him like that. Don't bully him. Yeah, and then Astidian's just like, whatever. Look at Alphinaud to the side there. He's so sad. He's like, we don't have to, let's just go. Let's just go. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh no.
「アルフィノ坊ちゃんの動揺ぶりときたら見物だったぞ」
Yeah. Yeah, seeing Alphinaud there, you know, like, shaking like a leaf. What a sight to see.
趣味が悪いぞ、エスティニアン。ねえ。仲間を心配することは当然のことだ。そうだろう？
It's only, you know, natural to be, you know, worried about your friends, right? You know? You're not helping, so actually you're really not helping. I feel like this is probably a good spot to call it for today. You know, we just did the trial. all of this. Been going for about 5 hours. Hopefully, I'll be able to actually stream on Wednesday, assuming that my power actually stays on. But yeah, it is 10 p.m. where I am at currently. I do have some other stuff I gotta do. I went a bit later than I normally would because I started later than I normally would, but now we're well past my normal stop time. But yeah. Wednesdays, Sundays, 4 p.m. Western. Fun times. This was... Man, all of these little side diversions in Heavensward so far have been actually, like, really entertaining. I've been smiling the entire time. Right? Like, dealing with these little buggos. I like these guys. Which, I mean, that's a lot more than I could say for the same things that were going on in ARR. Like, whenever you had to go off and deal with one of the other guys. Like, with like, the random beast races or, you know, deal with some side plot garbage, it was just way less fun. But I mean, like, look at these little guys.
とびきり気前のいい狩人よ。お前の気前の良さ魅力的だぞ。魅力的だ。
魅力的。Yay. Yeah, Heavensward is, yeah, it's just like, this is like a Final Fantasy adventure. Honestly, the thing with the, okay, last thing for the stream, I feel like they should have just been called, like, beasts or barbarians or whatever. You didn't need to put tribe. Like, translating Zoku to tribe, like how they keep saying dragon tribe, right? Like, oh, the dragon tribe is just a fundamental misunderstanding of what the word Zoku means. Or what, rather, the suffix Zoku. When they say Doragon Zoku, they just mean the dragons. Because that's how Japanese does plurals. Right? They're just referring to the greater entity, the concept of the dragons. So the term tribe should have never shown up to begin with. But it is stupid that they're changing it now. But it's like they're changing that, but they don't get rid of any of the shit in Satasha. Right? They don't get rid of any of, like, the sexual assault jokes in Satasha. They don't get rid of the drowning dolphin being called the drowning wench in English. Right? Like, you got way more fucked up shit in the English that you could be addressing. But no, we need to change it to allied societies, because that's the thing that's too far. Not all of the made up, like, you know, calling the main bar in Limsa the dead hooker is... That's fine. But saying beast tribe, that's not okay. Like, what is the standard? Please, somebody explain. What is the JP name for it? The Drowning Dolphin. I mean, actually, I can just go there, like, real quick. Since this is, it's like end of stream, but I'm just winding down. But it's called the Drowning Dolphin, or the Drowned Dolphin, and they explain that the reason it's called the Drowned Dolphin is because they serve booze that's so strong, it'd make a dolphin forget how to swim. Right? And so, since, like, their alcohol is, like, borderline lethal, all the sailors love it. Right? It's like a fun little bit, like it's a nautical joke. The English calls it the Drowning Wench, and then has one of the characters in the bar here explain to you, like, oh no, it doesn't mean dead hooker, it means that it's a wench drowning in ale. But no, it just means the dead hooker, because otherwise you wouldn't... Is the anniversary? Oh. Oh yeah, there's like fireworks or something going on. Oh. Oh! Whoa! Neat! Yay! Look at that! Ain't that nice? Moon should be red. Let me see if I can find the moon. Moon is not red. Half moon. Very comfy though. But yeah, like, you know, it's called the Drowning Dolphin because they serve booze so strong make a dolphin forget how to swim. It's fun. I like it. It's like cute, kind of, even. But no, it's the dead hooker. Real great. Huh. Oh shit, look at that! Damn! What an incredibly comfy way to end the stream. Oh, the little symbol! Yay! Wow! Wow! Wow, wow, wow! You can tell I'm American because I clap at the end of things that I see. Alright. Very fun time. I feel like I went on way too many tangents. It's just like, anytime that there's somebody who hasn't seen, like, all of the shit, you kind of have to, like, there's so many things that you have to explain. Otherwise, like, stuff just doesn't make sense. Because nothing is translated properly. It's so depressing. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Remember to subscribe to be notified for streams. Haha. Yeah, I need to make clips and shit. I really do. It's just so hard because the reason why it's so hard to make standalone videos and stuff is that there's so much context that you need for literally everything. Right? Like, if there's a clip where I'm talking about transcendence, somebody's gonna be like, what do you mean? It's called the Echo. It's like, well, no, it's not called the Echo, and, you know, like, here's a video that I made that explaining why it's not called the Echo, it's transcendence. It's like, okay. And so, as we know, La Brea said this thing about Shitotaru Mono, and they're like, huh, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? That's a thing that happened in the chat. It was like, okay, well, so what they actually said was, and then you had to send people on, like, a ridiculous rabbit hole of defining terms that are just incorrectly translated before you could finally explain. And so, like, and this is why this joke in Heavensward was really funny. Alright, after 5 hours of context, now you can understand a joke. Yeah, it's just something I need to, I do plan on, like, making a curated video and things. Oh yeah, no, stream archives are way too long. Right? Like, but I need to make a script, I need to edit things, it's a lot. It's a lot. So I need to, like, put stuff together, which takes a while. I've tried to write scripts and stuff, but it's just, trying to get them down to a palatable length is real hard. But I'm working on it. I am working on it. Oh, no, yeah, like, people are going to be pissed, of course. Like, people are always pissed. But there's so much. There really is just a mountain of things that are flagrantly and factually wrong. That you really can't say anything about, right? Like, you can't say that Shitotaru Mono is there in the English. It's not. You can't say that Midgard Zomer explains what his motivations were in the English. He doesn't. Right? Like, there is a critical mass of things that are just objectively completely wrong, that are critical to understanding the story, that are present in the Japanese and are not present in the English. And there's a critical mass of things that are present in the English that are wrong. Right? Like, how many people thought that the Echo, right, was something that was given to you by Heidelin? Like, hell, I've still got it up. Like, I looked, yeah, hold up. I looked it up. Yeah, there was this Reddit post from, like, 9 years ago, right? Where somebody was doing, like, a really fun, like, a big lore exposition thing, right? And they were, like, speculating on what the Echo is, right? You know, this guy says, yeah, like, here, let me do this real quick, since it's kind of like a post-stream little bit, right? This is just like a quick little post-stream bit. The main thrust of things is done for right now, but I can just kind of, like, do this real quick, right? Right, this to me, like, I know it's like, oh, this is like a random-ass post, but this is what people thought. Like, this is, you know, this is representative of a normal person's experience going through the game. Right? Like, this is very much representative of a normal person's experience going through the game. I always wondered how much we know about the Echo. What is that power and how it could affect us? So I went through all the main scenario trying to collect evidence of what we know. First of all, if we accept the words on the Final Fantasy XIV wiki as universally accepted lore, we must define the Echo as the ability to resonate with other people, to see their memories, and the way our character is protected from being tempered by primals. That seem to explain all the facts about Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. Ifrit calls us godless for being resilient to the touch of a primal, saying that some deity gave us that power. Wrong. That bit is wrong. That isn't what Ifrit said. That is not what Ifrit said. At all. That's just wrong. Ifrit said that we have divine protection, which is different from the Echo. The English says that the Echo, the gift that you got, was given to you by an entity. The Japanese just says that you have divine protection. These are different things. So that's the first thing that they said that's wrong. That's just a misunderstanding because of a bad translation. But is it a blessing or a curse? Even Titan calls us godless and heretics for this ability, which is just more made-up bullshit. While Garuda finally adds something to our knowledge, saying she touched us. As far as I know, there's only one she that could have given us the Echo, and it's Hydaelyn. Wrong. Again, what the ARR idols were referring to was the Blessing of Light. They explicitly mentioned the Blessing of Light. They do not, under any circumstances, say that the Echo, aka Transcendence, which is what it should be translated to, is something that comes from Hydaelyn. And in fact, the game throughout all of ARR explicitly tells you multiple times that the power that the main character has of Transcendence is innate to them and has nothing to do with Hydaelyn. They have characters say like, I see, you're a Transcendent. That's why Hydaelyn is so interested in you. Midgard Zolmer says, Hydaelyn, what are you thinking? You would give the Blessing of Light to someone who is already Transcendent? Right? Again, indicating that these are not the same thing. There's even more examples. It's something that you already had. It's unique to you. It has nothing to do with Hydaelyn. You could never make this mistake if you were playing in the Japanese or if the Japanese was translated properly. Right? What is this, a power, a blessing, or a curse, I wonder? Follow me. In Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Awoken, the White Ascian Elidibus claims the Echo is a gift we are far from understanding, and that will help us both understand ourselves and Ascians better when we will master it. This is wrong. This is completely wrong. That line was just totally mistranslated. It absolutely, completely, and utterly translated. What he was referring to, he didn't call it the gift. He said that when you accept the entirety of what Transcendence is, there will no longer be any conflict between us because you will understand what we understand and will be on the same side. There'll be no need for us to fight. You'll understand what we understand and you'll be our allies. Completely different. He doesn't say you're far from understanding it, he says you haven't accepted it fully. You haven't accepted the full breadth of what it means. That's just a tip of the iceberg. Things turned quite puzzling when we first witnessed a peculiar manifestation of the Echo. And in this case, they're talking about Minfilia, the Sahagin priest who received from the Ascians knowledge to be eternal. This is where the whole thing of calling it the Echo completely fucking ruins it. Because this makes total sense if you know it as Transcendence. If you know it as Transcendence, this isn't strange. They're transcending the barrier of mortality. Right? They're saying that transcendent beings can become immortal. That's the whole point. That's what they were talking about. Right? The Ascians even say it explicitly, of saying like, yeah, once you accept what transcendence means, once you transcend beyond the need for a physical body, right? The Ascians refer to physical forms as old-fashioned, right? You transcend beyond the need for a body. This makes sense. Yeah, even in this episode, Ravana said you transcended his blade. right? They keep using that word, koeru, which means to overcome, to transcend, to surpass. And yeah, he says, oh, strike me down if you wish. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. He's like, no, it's transcendence. Foolish, foolish little creature. He was far from being eternal. He just managed to avoid being sucked in what I dare calling the life stream at his death. It was merely his etherical form lingering in the realm, ready to find a new host and keep on living. Again, wrong. What they actually described was, he separated from his body, became just a soul, and was able to possess other bodies as the Ascians do. This is all explained. That he transcended the need for his physical body and was able to possess another body as just a soul. It turned into an existence that is just the soul. Primals are well known to feed on ether, and he was devoured by Leviathan. That is accurate. He was the soul is pure ether. Idols consume ether. He was consumed. He was absorbed, rather. Minfilia was quite sure that the power he manifested was an aspect of the Echo. Again, if it's just called transcendence, this makes sense. So what we must assume is that the Echo can prevent etherical dissipation, the phenomenon that allows ether from one dying being passing onto a newborn one. They're almost there, kind of, maybe, but no. That doesn't seem enough to build on a theory, but then the Ascians give us new proofs about this subject, right? And, oh, yes! They show the scene, yes, very well. Let us show these mortals the true power of the Echo. The power to break down the barriers of existence. The actual line is, let's show them the true meaning of transcendence. What it means to transcend reality itself. That's what they actually said. That's what they say before melting into a still too weak Super Ascian. Is that the true power of the Echo? Dragon Ball fusion? I don't think so. But if this is a manifestation of its true power, then what is the true power? Transcendence, because it's called transcendence. They explain it. Right? Like, this is so depressing to me, honestly. It's so fucking depressing, because this person clearly, like, They clearly gave a shit, like, very heavily. This was 9 years ago. And all of the stuff that they were basing this off of is bullshit. And they have no... It's not their fault. This is great analysis based on nonsense. Right? Like, they're doing a great job with the incorrect information that they're given. Right? Here's my theory. The Echo is the ability to control ether, especially our own. A normal being exists only in his physical form or etherical dissipation. Before etherical dissipation claims his energy right after his body fails him. But we can go past this. He's actually so fucking close. We can maintain existence even when our physical form is no more by the power of the Echo finding another host, or as the Ascians did, creating a new one. That one's wrong. That's explained in the Japanese, not explained in the English, wrong. But is this power really granted by Heidelin? We have the word of Garuda for this, but should we really trust a lesser god with limited knowledge? They're still calling them gods, even though you're really not supposed to think of them as actual gods. Ifrit and Titan didn't even seem to know about Heidelin. They did. Heidelin should tell us why she gave it to the Ascians. She didn't. Unless that's a power even Zodiark could give to his champions, he didn't. If so, the Echo is a power of both crystals, which could potentially make us warriors of light or warriors of darkness, and apparently in the past someone already took that decision. Again, they're really close, but the thing they're basing it on is just wrong. Shall we see Minfilia walking in the light of the crystal, or shall we see her embracing the dark void of Zodiark? For as bearer of the Echo, she'll have to choose a path as well, and it seems time to come according to the artworks of 3.2. Shall the warriors of darkness explain to us why they turned their back to Heidelin and tried to convince us to do the same with reasons we could not dismiss so easily? What is that unsettling darkness that surrounds us in Thornton the Seventh? Last vision. Okay, that's kind of like spoilers for Heavensward a little bit. I probably shouldn't have read that one. Lord Ramu said there is no good and evil, no light and darkness. Before human arrival, we must assume that humans brought into existence Heidelin and Zodiark. We must assume the struggle between two crystals will last as long as we last. Wrong, 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 wrong. That's not what Ramu said. Like, everything that they're basing it off of is based off of things that are just translated wrong. And imagine what this person would have been able to do. Imagine what this person would have been able to do in terms of theory crafting if they just had the fucking phrase "shitotaru mono." If they had the, you know, the like, all, like, true humanity and inhumanity for Heidelin. Imagine, they would have probably been able to figure out the story, which is what I did when I ran into those. Right? Like, there's so much that's just straight up not translated. Or that's just translated completely wrong. And the reason that I'm so confident in saying that it's wrong is because the story progresses according to the foreshadowing that's laid out in the Japanese. All of this foreshadowing that this dude is talking about is wrong because it's based on wrong information. And that makes me sad. Like, think about how much time this person put into it, right? They had all the sources, they had all the images, they're thinking super hard about it. This is supposed to take them hours to, like, scour through the MSQ to be like, what's really going on with the echo? Right? But if they played it in Japanese, they would have had the information that transcendence is innate to us as people, right? Like, as transcendence, like people who are transcendent, it's innate to them. You would have way more information about what it is. You would know it's not from Heidelin. You would have the knowledge of what Midgardsormr actually said, of saying that, you know, Heidelin gave the blessing of light to a transcendent, which to Midgardsormr was insane. You would have everything the Yassians said, where they were saying, like, hey, yeah, you guys are transcendent. You would have the information where the Yassians said, oh, I attempted to possess Minfilia, but as it turns out, it seems as though the transcendence, after this most recent collapse, which, how many collapses was it? Was it the 7th? Which is, what is that? Is that right above 50%? He said, after this one, we can no longer forcibly conscript transcendents. We can no longer possess them. They have reached a certain level, which the subtext there is, they've reached a certain level of humanity where we can no longer possess them. That's just also not translated in the English. All of this stuff put together, you could actually use... All of this stuff, well, it's rejoining, collapse, you know, they go with rejoining, which actually, it does make sense. I would have preferred if they just used it from the beginning. But if you had all of that information in the English without the stuff that literally is just wrong and misleading intentionally, you would actually be able to correctly guess a lot of this information. You would be able to make educated assumptions about where the story was going. You would be able to theory craft. You would be able to try and figure out where the story is going, what the foreshadowing is, what's going on with the setting, what transcendence actually is, right? And I don't think it would have been super obvious. Like, I don't really want to, like, you know, give myself too much credit, but I really like this sort of esoteric nonsense that they're getting into. And so I don't think that most people actually, given the concept of, you know, all of the things together, would have correctly guessed that people's souls were split up when all the world split up, right? I don't think that that's a guess that most people would have made. It still would have been a surprise. It still would have been difficult to figure out, but it would have been possible to figure out. With the information presented in the English, it's not possible to figure that out. It's just not. Like, and anybody who tries to go back and say, well, like, actually, if you read this back, it actually all lines up. No, it doesn't. There's explicit contradictions. Right? Giselle tells you, like, do not squander her gift when she's actually talking about transcendence. Right? Giselle tells you explicitly that she's referring to transcendence. And she says, don't squander her gift. right? Whereas in the Japanese, she's talking about, hey, I'm the same as you, I'm talking to Heidelin. She does the kite, kanjite, kangaete. Whereas in the English, she just says, like, don't squander her gift. Which is conflating the gift. Considering that the Asians call transcendence the gift. That's explicitly them saying in the English, they think that the echo is a gift from Heidelin. Which is wrong. Like, that's just explicitly wrong. You can't argue that that's correct. And as a result, you can't argue that they wrote it first in English, or that it's even like a sub-primary, because the information that they put into the game was just wrong. Whereas the information that's in the Japanese, so far, has lined up with the things that come later. But it's really, really fucking hard. Like, everything that I just said, if I was going to attempt to clip this as a rant, I would need to cut in, like, 45 minutes worth of cutscenes to justify and prove everything that I just said. It would still be a shit ton of work. It might be a decent enough framework, but fuck, man. It's so much. It's so much. Because with other bad translations that I've seen, you've still got a basic, like... You've still got, like, a basic framework of what the story is that you can go off of. But for Final Fantasy XIV, you don't. You just don't. People who played the game in English played a different game. Just straight up. Like, the fact that I cannot talk about what the actual story in ARR was to somebody who played the game in English without, like, 2 hours worth of dispelling misunderstandings is ridiculous. And it's why I think this is, like, the bar none worst translation I've ever seen. Because it's so extensively wrong. It's so fucking brutal, man. And yet they get praised for it. Yeah, she makes a reference to Koji Fox lyrics instead of the kite, kanste, kangaete. Yeah, like they do a really cool little, like, little bit there that's just not translated. It's great. You can make a summary video as opposed to something comparing? Yeah, I mean, I could. Of just, like, instead of ever bringing up the English, you just say, like, here's the story. You can do the comparison on your own. Right? Here's Transcendence. Here's this. And just don't even bring up the name, the Echo. Right? That is probably the best option. Is just don't even fucking bring up the Echo. Don't even bring up Primal. Right? Just ignore the English entirely. Here's the story, here's what the Japanese says, I am ignoring the English. Because, like, if you try and compare stuff, you know, you get, like, Gaius's motivation, and Gaius's motivation in the English doesn't exist. You know, Livia, Gaius's, the crazy chick that's obsessed with Gaius, she got a really sad backstory that just doesn't get translated at all. It's just not there. They just cut it, totally. It's like one of the most emotionally driven bits of dialogue in the game so far. And they just don't translate it. It's just not there. They just cut it. They just went, that's cringe. Feelings are cringe. It's dumb. And they make Gaius, like, lament that his conquest ends here. Whereas Gaius in the Japanese was like, I was trying to help. Right? Like, my dreams of peace and unity have gone up in flames. The true plot of ARR is the echo of you remembering the story being translated wrong? Yeah. Yeah, you could transcend the barriers of translation. But, like, literally, just the fact that every fucking time Koeru Chikara shows up, right? Every time that Koeru Chikara shows up, they use some form of Koeru with it, right? Like, you know, they say like, ah, yes, you're a transcendent, and that's why you're able to surpass X. That's why you're able to transcend Y. That's why, you know, yada yada yada. And yeah, like, honestly, that really is just depressing to me, right? That people who genuinely care about the story just don't have... The stuff that they're basing their analysis on is just wrong. Right? And so it's just a total waste of their time. Right? You've got all of these people who are really passionate about the story, who love the art, who love the characters, love all of the stuff, and none of their theory crafting and none of their passion that they put into the game will ever amount to anything, because any future story that comes out will follow the Japanese story and not the mess that is the translation, right? Like, none of their theories are ever going to be right, because all of it's based on shit that is explicitly wrong. Like, how long in the English community did people think that the Echo was a gift from Heidelin? Right? Like, that only gets cleared up explicitly in, like, fucking... Shadowbringers, right? In English. Whereas it's explained in, like, the first couple of hours of ARR? Yeah, people sat with a misunderstanding for, like, 7 years because of that. Like, that's just sad. And I'm sure that people were, like, really confused by it. Right? Like, I'm sure people were really confused by it. I wasn't there for when people saw it, but people probably went like, wait, I thought that the Echo was a thing from Heidelin, but now they're retconning it? I'm assuming that people probably thought it was like a fucking retcon. But it wasn't, at all. Like, that's the sort of thing that makes me genuinely sad. And it's why I really hate this sort of shit so much, because it is just, like, it is just destroying art. Like, the actual story, the actual plot of the game is just not something that you can see in English. But the fake version of it still has the original creator's name on it. Like, that's the thing that really bothers me, is that in the credits for this version of the game, they still say lead scenario writer Bon Ryoda, when my brother in Christ, Bon Ryoda, had no part in this shit. Right? Like, none of his shit is here. Right? And so if there's a plot hole that people see, they're like, oh yeah, Bon Ryoda is, like, not that great of a writer. Right? Like, I'm sure people talk mad shit about the Japanese writers for shit that is clearly just not even close to their fault. And yeah, Square Enix translations are terrible, but for me, this one edges out pretty much all of the other ones just due to the sheer, like, just how prevalent the incorrect information is, right? Like, it's not just a couple of things that are wrong, it's... like, you can count on one hand the number of times I've seen a line that is right. Like, if I pull out any random line, it's been like a 1 in 100 that I've been like, oh yeah, that's okay. Or, oh yeah, that's regular. That's, like, decent. And it's not just me, right? Like, I've talked with a lot of people who are, you know, like, more knowledgeable and more fluent in Japanese than me by a lot. And I've never seen anybody who is actually, like, fluent in Japanese go, oh yeah, that's what that says. You know? Like, all of the shit in... like, there's just so many of them, it's just so blatant. You know? Like, if you go into any of those Asian cutscenes, the lines are just gone. There's nothing, like, to say, like, oh, well, they actually got across all of the information. The information's just gone. Right? You know, like how, in, Todorok, La Hebrea calls you, like, you and Heidelin, blighted tumors upon the world, and that, you know, all things, all people ought to be returned to the way that they originally were. Right? Oh, I'm running dangerously close to the female pirate bar while talking about localization changes. I don't even want to look at that shit, man. I don't even want to look at that shit. Everything in Limsa is so fucking juvenile in the English. It's, like, genuinely disgusting. Like, when I heard, like, oh, yes, Koji took direct credit for everything in Limsa, it's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Everything here is, like, disgusting. You know, it's like it was written by a 12-year-old. Yeah, that checks out. Ugh. God, man. Yeah, it probably would just have to be a... Yeah, it's failing upwards for Fox, for sure. It's... I do think that I think in terms of accurately conveying information, the means, like, going the route of not having any of the official English present is probably the best, but then that also just wouldn't get any, it just wouldn't hit the algo at all. It just wouldn't hit the algo at all. The thing that would actually hit the algo is specifically saying, like, hey, the actual English is wrong, this is the real story, let me show you where it's wrong. But then if you do that, then that's like, hey, would you like to watch a 5-hour video? This is the short version. Yeah, it's... So, it's hard. It's brutal. I just kind of want to actually play the game, though. Like, it's very, very fun. I'm having a great time with the actual game. And I remember at this point when I was playing Heavensward, at this point I was fucking exhausted. Reading the dialogue in the English, I was just like burnt out as shit. I did not care at all, and here, when we're just going around dealing with these bug people, I'm having a great old time. Until you get the Stormblood, but that's the thing, I don't know if it gets bad when I get the Stormblood. You have a great time when you don't pull up the dialogue? Okay, I know, you're right. You're absolutely correct. It's not good for me. Like, it's explicitly bad for me to read the English. I shouldn't, but it's right there. Yeah, you just go like, I wonder what they did. You know? It is sort of like the... Okay. So, Patch. If you're in traffic, if you're in a traffic jam, right? And there's a car crash off on the side of the road, right? There's a car crash on, like, what's it called? Like, the barrier, right? Everybody is slowing down to look at the car crash, right? And as a result, there's a big old traffic pileup. When you get to the fucking car crash, are you just gonna zoom by and not look? No, you waited all that time in line. I'm gonna fucking look now. Right? The entire time that I'm sitting in line, I'm going, these motherfuckers, these stupid idiots, have you never seen a car crash before? But then you get up to the car crash, you go, ooh, hee-hoo car crash. Let me look. It's human nature. Yeah, like, the biggest thing is, I don't know how the fuck you could call the Japanese script for this game dry. It's the exact opposite. The reason it's so hard to parse, even for native speakers, is because it is so flavorful and dense. Right? It's so non-standard in so many places that even if you watch native Japanese speakers play in Japanese, they still have to go like, hey chat, how the fuck do you read this kanji? Like, hey, wait, chat, what the fuck does that mean? Huh? Like, they're stopping about half as often as I am. It's their own damn language. It's ridiculously dense. Out of all the games you could call bland, this is like the worst possible example. Because if anything you could fault it on, it's saying that it's way too complicated for its own damn good. Yeah, I am now... You can tell I was raised in the Midwest because I said I was going to end stream like 45 minutes ago, and then I just started talking about a different thing. That's the classic, like, Midwest goodbye. But now, I will actually be disciplined. And I will hit end stream. Like now. Thank you all for coming out. Remember to subscribe and shit. Peace.